In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. I feel like the camera's tilted. Anybody else feel like it's tilted that way? I really, really don't want to fuck with it. But I feel like that's better. I feel better about the situation now. I'm going to do one more thing. People are sitting there going, dude, you're not good at this. Do not quit fucking around, dude. I'm going to do one more thing. There. I'm happy now. I'm happy with how it is. Welcome to the show. It's Steel Toe. I'm Aaron. I've had a weird morning already. By the way, does this shirt suck balls? Because I like it. And like SP said that this shirt is like, it's out of style. I gotta be honest, because my 10-year-old likes going to Goodwill. This was a Goodwill find. And I don't know. I just liked the shirt. And here's my problem. Like, I pick shit out that I like, that I'm like, oh, this feels nice. I like the way this looks on me. And I want a button-up short sleeve. For the summertime, you know? That's a grown-up thing to get. That's a big boy adult thing to do. Because I don't know if you know this, but I'm a little immature. You didn't know. And as I grow and as I become a better man, I want to dress the part. But then SP saw this shirt and was like, that shirt sucks. Like, that's like not like it sucks, like it looks terrible or anything, but like people don't wear that anymore. And I guess I just don't watch people. I don't know what they wear, except I've noticed like young people now wear shorts, young dudes. They wear shorts that are way too short. Like Stockton shorts are coming back. Like they're going like mid-thigh now. And I don't care if that's stylish. I don't care if that's what people do. That's fucking gay, and I'm not doing it. No offense. I'll be a stick in the mud. I'll be behind the times. But she's like, yeah, shirts like that. Like, she goes, that was big in like 06 to like 2010. And I'm like, that's when I was a young guy. So that makes sense. That's technically what I should wear. I feel I like it though. There's nothing wrong with my shirt. But apparently there is. Scarface says, is it picture day again? Fuck. Somebody says, shirt makes your head look huge. Motherfucker. McBusters, yeah, Bigot on Socialist Media says nothing wrong with it. Thank you. I cling to those comments. McBuster says, probably the best button-down shirt you own because it's not a faggot color or a uniform from Best Buy. So you're saying I set the bar low. Thank you. Aaron, your head makes that shirt look small. Dude, I can't do anything about the size of my head. This isn't cool. This isn't okay. I can't do anything about what my fucking, if my head's huge. I can't change, just like I can't change this rhino horn zit on my forehead. Guys, let's not make this about shit I can't control. Let's keep it about the shirt. The shirt I can control, the shirt I can change. I can't change the unfortunate appearance of my head. That's just you being hurtful. And not only that, but like fucking, like today's the last YouTube show of the week of our 10-year anniversary week. And I was thinking people would shower us with gifts and the money would pour in and everything else. And what are we starting with today? We're starting with Aaron's head is fucking weird. And his shirt sucks. And like, I just wanted you guys to tell me it didn't totally eat balls. And now I went from like, hey, I really hope the audience says, yeah, that shirt's fine. Like, you didn't have to say it was good. You just had to be like, it doesn't suck. Like, it's fine. You'll be okay. Like, nobody's going to notice that you suck because you're wearing that. But you guys took it to your fucking head's gigantic. And now I'm looking at OBS and I can't stop seeing my gigantic head. And like, you did that to me. And now that's my vibe. I set a great vibe this morning, dude. I was listening to Honeybee by Blake Shelton and Sideways by Dierks Bentley. I went back to like 08, 09 with my country shit today. Although I was listening to that new, what is it, Chris Jansen, Eric Church song. I don't know how new it is. Called You, Me, and the River. That's a solid song. And, you know, to be honest, I'm just like, move the camera to the left and then you're golden. I did though. Like, I'm good now. I'm set. But anyway, so like, I just wanted you, like, so I was setting a good vibe this morning and I felt good. And I'm like, you know what? We're going to have a good day. You know, we're going to knock everything out. Last goal of the week. We're going to have a great show. I got Tiffany Henyard shit. Tim Walz versus Jd Vance. JJ McCarthy's lighting it up in training camp. I can't wait to go. Like, I can see a fucking Vikings game in my future. I'm pumped. And then I put this shirt on and I'm like, you know, I know SP said that this shirt is gay, but like, I really do think, I just got something from someone. They said, this is sad, and then sent me a link. But I can't see what's sad. Oh, well. And so I set this vibe out there, and then I come on to the show, and I'm like, I just, you know, I like this shirt. I want people to tell me it's not the gayest thing they've ever seen. And then not only do they not tell me it's not the gayest thing they've ever seen, but then they're like, your head is fucked up. Like, you've got a fucked up head. And now that's what I'm thinking about. I hate that when people send you shit, they're like, this is interesting for the show. And then you click on it, and you can't see it. That's so frustrating. What is it? I can't see it. There we go. So let's continue with you guys. I'll continue to abuse myself. Scarface says, stop with the short-sleeved collared shirts. You forever look like middle school picture day. Heavenly Hams, you look like you're getting your picture taken at Sears. Is that shirt from the Dweeb collection? Dr. Rondo says, nice shirt. Warlock 18-wheeler. Hey, toe guy, that's something my grandfather would wear, and it looks tight on you. God damn it. I thought this made my form look nicer. Shorts should cover your kneecap, but no further, or you're a gay F. I agree with that. Somebody says, what do you want? What you don't want, your balls hanging out of the short shorts. Right, exactly. Maybe they don't have any balls anymore. Maybe they're eating too many preservatives and it's shrunk their balls. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, you look like you were asked to leave the brewery for being a creep and are now blasting Hawthorne Heights in your car. Oh, man. Trump 45-1 ban me says, will my posts load today? Yesterday, a hater muted my attempts to post for no reason but fuckery. Green and black plaid always in style. Somebody says, put a paper bag over your head, problem solved. MSO, what type of soup did you get with that? Yeah, I bet you buy a shirt like that, you get a bowl of soup with it. Just get the gender reassignment surgery and get it over with. See, now these all feel unnecessary. Are your parents picking you up for church later, says Hulkamasha Baby. Packer Backer says it actually doesn't suck. We just playing. Thank you, but I don't think you speak for we. I think everyone else now is going to yell at you, Packer Backer, and be like, shut the fuck up, bitch. I mean what I say. Oh, the shirt doesn't completely eat balls. Thank you, Fauci's pangolin. Somebody says, real question is, what gay F-word shorts are you wearing? Dude, I'm wearing nice shorts. You can't shit on these shorts. They're fine. They're just shorts. They're good. Like, look. Now I am treating you guys like you're my mom, and it's picture day. You guys are about to lick your hand and, like, fix my hair, which needs to be cut. GFR says, your Down syndrome eyes look good with your shirt. I can't do Down syndrome eyes. McBuster says, Blake Shelton. Wow, nothing straight at all about that. There's nothing wrong with Blake Shelton. You're just making it gay because I listened to it. QAnonymous says, the shirt is okay, but your head is a head for radio. Thank you. I have a pair of Elton John glasses that will make your head look almost normal. Thank you. Trump 45-1 says, shirt sleeves look snug. That's because I'm so fucking jacked, dude. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, guys, stop making fun of Aaron. He was prototyping the bobbleheads for the anniversary show. McBuster says, that's the perfect shirt to bait Melton in. Now go stand next to a carousel and look 10. That would do it. Aaron hasn't realized no matter what he wears, plenty of the audience will make fun of it, regardless of whether they mean it or not. You understand there's shirts I don't wear anymore on the show because you guys have fucking bashed me about it so bad. There's shirts that I, like, if a hater does it, I wear it more because I'm like, well, that guy's just mentally ill. That guy's just weird and obsessed. But, like, if fans laugh their balls off shitting on one of my shirts and it makes me feel insecure, I feel so defeated in my closet when I'm going through and I'm like, how about this one? And I'm like, no, remember they said you look like an Amazon driver and that hurt your feelings? And then you don't pick that shirt anymore because of you. You've done that. Trump 45-1 banned me, says Aaron unbuttoned one more button to loosen the shirt. So now it's too tight. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, that outfit screams I'm going to swing by a meeting and then maybe grab a burger. Respectfully, of course. But why can't I wear... Why can't I wear a shirt that says that? That's what I'm... I'm sorry. That's what I'm doing today. I'm going to a couple meetings today. And I already grabbed a burger. I got up early today. And I just got everything ready to go. I grabbed some stories. I took a shower. I got the show set up. And then I was like, man, I got like a half hour. So I ran to Quick Trip and I got some breakfast. I got a breakfast flatbread and a Diet Dr. Pepper because I'm a big boy. So I don't have to grab a burger later, but I do have some meetings. So why shouldn't I dress like I'm going to meet the McDonald brothers in San Bernardino? There's nothing wrong with that. Somebody says, yeah, you got to do something about the horn on the side of your head. I tried to pop it too soon. It's one of those deals. So now it like juiced a little. This is disgusting, by the way. And now it won't pop. So it's like there, but there's no poppability, unfortunately. Heavenly Ham says, since the kids are back home, will you be going back to cook SpaghettiOs for them? No, but I did hear about CPS letting those kids go back into the house. I'm guessing the parents are moving in or there's some kind of supervision because it did sound like from that hearing that they don't trust the Rekieta's efforts so far. But CPS, their goal is always to reunite the families. So they're trying to find a way to do that. I'm guessing the parents probably watched the, how to spot a fucking lying liar who lies on cocaine videos. And they're like, okay, well, now the kids can, the kids can be back there in that regard. So, I mean, hopefully it straightens them up. I have a hard time believing people can just quit all that shit cold turkey long term. And then you throw the stress of, they obviously, I was there. They weren't able to handle that many children before. They just weren't able to. They were falling apart, like, not like just even drugs or anything, but they were just falling apart as human beings. Like they couldn't keep their shit together. Like their inability to handle life tasks is shocking. It pulls at the very thread of their lives and existence. So I don't know if that stress is good, but if they've got parents either living in the house next door or whatever, if they got somebody to keep an eyeball on them, no disrespect, but both Nick and Kayla need a mommy and a daddy. I don't, them having kids is babies raising babies. I don't know if they never had to be responsible for their own children. They had to be at some point, right? But yeah, it would be good if the kids are back there, but like the grandparents are there, because Nick does need mommy or daddy to look over him. Big time. Big time. Kayla too. So yeah, I don't know. Apparently they're back. Hopefully the drugs and everything like that are out of both houses. Hopefully there's no drinking. That would be nice, because they can't handle drinking either. Drinking is fine. Like if you have a couple of beers on the weekend, that's fine. But some people just can't handle drinking, and they're one of those people. They can't handle drinking. They just probably shouldn't have any of it. But yeah, I heard that last night. Now they can just focus on that criminal thing. Honestly, just plead out the criminal thing and fucking be done with it. Admit you did coke, or admit you do coke, or whatever you have to admit. Admit that, move on. You would think getting your kids back would make you realize this isn't worth fighting, especially when you're fucking buried in it. You're done. Admit what you did, move on with your life. That was my advice from the beginning. Admit what you did and move on with your life. But if you, there's no point in getting the kids back if you're still going to go down with the criminal ship. The kids being back is going to be a very temporary, fleeting sense of euphoria for you. If you, A, can't handle the stress. But if you have mommy and daddy to help you, that's good. But if you don't just admit what you did, accept it, and move on with your life, then it doesn't matter that you have your kids, because you didn't learn anything. You kind of look like... Let's go back to the shirt comments. Thank you very much for that comment, by the way. Somebody says you kind of look like a kid who enjoys band class and went to the library for fun in school. Fauci's Pangolin says, just pop your head and let the zit do the talking. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody says, isn't April watching over them? Yeah. That's not a good idea either. It's not a good idea. She needs a lot of help. McBuster, Gino, Kiki, win by 2. All those barnacles do not deserve any recognition for the Lifetime special. Tell the dude to bypass them and go to Kiwi Farms. Save Melton's with Chris Hansen until the last. I haven't talked to that guy in a couple days. And he he kind of gave me one of those what's up ? Message. I just don't have time. I don't want to deal with it. I'm flattered that the guy thought of me, but he sounds like a guy who's very ambitious and wants to move up in that world, and also follows a shitload of YouTube drama. Like he should see if he can get the Boogie story. Like he could write the Boogie movie, Lifetime. Well, no, that's not really a Lifetime movie, isn't it? Because there has to be sex and women and death and all that shit. So that doesn't really work. Let's continue on here. Admit that shirt sucks and move on with your life. Deutsch Chad says a plea deal will require drug treatment if no jail time is sentenced. Right. You can still probably get off scot-free. You just have to admit what you did. But like this weird thing of admitting what you did, this idea of like worrying about what the internet thinks is going to lead to your demise. Like this whole idea of like, I'd have to admit I did blow and that all that coke was mine after I lied about it all this time. It's like, so fucking what? You can't be a man until you admit what you've done wrong and you work to change and you work to better yourself. So, this idea that like, I got to keep fighting this because the state has a duty to prove and this and that. It's more like, no. It's like what a man does is a man admits when he fucked up and he does better. That's what it is. Someone said, interesting note of public record attached. No, I don't think there was a new public record thing. I haven't been looking. But I don't think. Yeah. No, it doesn't look like there's a new matter of public record. Lifetime movie title, Not Without My Baldo. Bigot on Socialist Media says, I'd be more concerned about what my kids think of me if I didn't have brain damage. Yeah, like you want to move on for your children, right? You want to move on. You want to admit what you did, move on. Like that's a good lesson to teach your kids too. Like the lesson you teach your kids are, no matter what, like if you do wrong, you own up to what you did, you admit to what you did, and you move on and you do better. Like teaching them that lying to save your own ass, like that's not a good lesson to teach. Like now, like your children being back in your home should give you perspective and should make you go, oh, you know what? I really, I should just come clean, admit what I did and start doing better, because you really can't improve and you can't do better until you admit the things you've done wrong. Otherwise, you're just masquerading. So, but it's kind of like the Will Sasso thing, talking about Chris D'Elia. It's like he'll get out in front of it, he'll be honest about it, and just admit what you did, or don't. Orange Boy with $4.99 says, nice shirt, choir boy. Thank you. Samuel Warner with $2 says, you look like Nick in that shirt. Oh, fuck, I'm taking it off right now. Mussolini Dip, becoming a member for 26 months, says, you look like the adult version of young Sheldon that they decided to not go with. Sam with $2 says, stop talking about the bullshit and do a damn show. We will. Somebody asked me a question. People are so weird about that. Like, people yell at me, talk about this. And then I'll talk about it, and someone else will go, stop talking about this. I'm like, first half hour or so of the show is me hanging out with you guys, talking to you for a little bit. It's a long show. We can pace it out. We can take our time. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL, becoming a member for 2 months, says, Aaron, be a man and admit that shirt sucks. These are all opinions, but I will say this. I like this shirt, but I understand that is not the overwhelming opinion. Oh, interesting new matter of public record attached should be the name of the Lifetime special. Oh, okay. Some people like not without my baldo. Wild Saffron says, Nick's lesson to his kids. Look, grandma's money bailed me out, but that doesn't mean I will change my ways. Unfortunately, right? But now this is a golden opportunity for him to, this is a growth opportunity. This should be exciting. Got your kids back. Now admit what you did. Put all the criminal stuff behind you. They'll probably just give you probation, and as long as they'll have to test you. The government will be up your ass for a few years. But that'll give you a chance to get clean, too. No drugs, no booze. You can live a more fulfilling life. $2 from Mild says, are you going to challenge Camelot to a boxing match? I mean, does he want to get... if it was a race, he'd win. If it was a boxing match, I would. He roasted you last night, said girls at his gym are more intimidating than you. Well, there's only one way for him to find out. But I don't think he would. Yeah, he's weird. Like, he kind of became Nick's slave again. Like, I remember when he was being really honest and he was doing that thing where he's like, look, they're not called sometimes icks, they're called addicts. And it's like, okay, you know what? At least this guy's not giving any bullshit. Now he's spinning bullshit. Internet people are weird. They feel like they can get clout from other people. And it's like, yeah, but at what expense? Like, now you're not a person. Now you're a gimmick at this point. Citizen M says, we have no idea what they've admitted to in their personal lives. You're talking about publicly. It's none of our business. No, I'm talking about a plea. Like, you plead guilty, you admit to what you did. That's part of pleading guilty. You have to go before the court, admit what you did, the whole deal. Eagle of America says, you look like you will be starring in the next season of Wednesday. We're not getting away. Like, you know what? I never should have asked you guys about the shirt. Believe me, I'm realizing now what a mistake I've made. And, this was another shirt where when I reached for it today, I went, is the audience going to, fuck with me on this? And is this going to be another shirt that when I reach for it, I go, you know what? Never mind. And I think the answer is starting to look more and more like yes. So thank you. You have once again changed me. Aaron, there are reports that shirt resulted in some guy touching your dick in the bathroom at Goat Ridge Brewing Company. Care to confirm or deny? I've never heard of nor been to Goat Ridge Brewing Company. Scarface says you didn't have to ask. We were already going to do it. All right, so the shirt was targeted for destruction no matter what I did. Fair enough. Fair enough. Uh-oh. What is the my little breaking news thing. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Okay, yeah, Michael Jordan's kid with the cocaine. Yeah, that was fucking wild. Marcus Jordan, son of NBA legend Michael Jordan, was seen snorting white powder during a poolside lunch in the south of France. Someone texting in, you could pass as dork diff. Again, like, guys, it's just fucking hurtful for the sake of being hurtful. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this or not. But yeah, MJ's kid was just having a little breakfast. The watermelon's a good look. He was having a little breakfast and had a little tootski, I guess. Seen it. Like, again, you do that kind of stuff at the Olympics. Does Jordan's kid have any kids? I don't think Jordan's a grandpa yet, is he? But, if you don't have kids and you want to do that shit, it's bad for you. You shouldn't do it, but you fucking Marcus Jordan. You're Michael Jordan's kid. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen to you? The shirt will look excellent under an Irish sweater, fall or winter, says Trump 45-1 ban me. Thank you for the advice. Mild says, when you try to pull off Charlie Sheen but wind up looking like Charlie Brown. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Oh, so Camelot said that about the boxing thing. I don't even feel good saying I would fuck Camelot up in a boxing. I mean, that's not fair. That's like him saying, I'd beat him in a race. Of course you would. That's what you do. So, the whole, let's box thing is fucking gay. But all these people want to talk to me about it. So whenever people talk to me about it, I go, sure, if you ever want to come out, I'll teach you a few things. We'll move around. I mean, I'm not going to go fucking balls to the walls on the guy. But, if he ever wanted to find out, I'm always in the mood to teach people something. You can lift a weight 5,000 times if you want to. Doesn't mean you can fight. Doesn't mean you know anything about combat sports, as it were. Camelot has a room temperature IQ. In a battle of wits, he's unarmed. I mean, he seems like that's like weird. Like whenever he talks shit, it kind of bounces off because you're like, you're not that guy. Like, no offense, you're not the shit-talking guy. You're aw shucks. Like, you're Forrest Gump. And I mean that in a good way. Like, you're just an aw shucks, charming Southern boy. You're a salt of the earth, gosh darn aw shucks kind of a kid. You're not a shit-talker. Das Optic Nerve says that shirt isn't normal gay. It's Eric Church gay. Citizen M says, regardless, I'm going to use Nick's sins as a proverbial cudgel to take him down. Fuck this guy. Jesus. Citizen M has I don't know where this vendetta came from in Citizen M, but he's decided to lock on. That's for sure. All right, guys, today's number is 335. It is our final show on YouTube. Tomorrow's Rumble Friday. Today is our last 10th anniversary show, and tomorrow, August 9th, is the official 10th anniversary of Steel Toe. It's the 10th anniversary of our first day on the air at 101 as the Steel Toe Morning Show. So let's go ahead, hammer out 335 real early. You guys get real generous with your 10th anniversary gifts, and let's call this thing a win right away. Right away. People are going in on that one. People are still shitting on him about lies he told and stuff like that. I get it, guys. I'm gonna move on for today. But I understand people are still. Some people are just absolutely infatuated with it. I have another chunk of my audience that does not give a fuck, and I'm trying to respect both sides of that today. I was, in my gay shirt. I was watching, I just went into Twitter today and I just typed in JJ McCarthy. I wanted to see how our boy's doing down in training camp in Egan. Apparently he's lighting the fucking world on fire still. I saw some clips that people have been putting up online. JJ's looking solid, boy.
Stop it.
Oh, hey. Nice toss. If the fucking receiver that'll be bagging groceries in a couple weeks could have hung on to it, that would have been nice. Here's a little red zone drill. JJ. Attaboy. Nice toss. Is that the 7-on-7 drill, though? Because that's supposed to be like the easiest one. for it's supposed to be an offensive drill. Look at him thread the needle on this bitch, though. Like, look at JJ. Oh, right between two defenders. Atta kid. Oh, the future of the franchise right there. You know, some people, like people, if they go on Twitter today and they like to search for like different training camp stuff, people are going to fucking puke today on JJ McCarthy shit because I saw a few tweets where when I saw him, I went, all right, guys, look, I'm as big a Viking fan as anybody, but let's fucking chill out. They were ranking his performance in training camp. Apparently, people keep track of stats in training camp, and they're like, he has a better QBR and more touchdown passes in training camp than Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and all this. I'm like, guys, fucking stop it. First of all, he's a rookie. He's getting way more reps than those guys. And second of all, Jesus Christ, it's training camp. Do not do the Vikings fan thing where you set yourself up to just be brutally anally pulverized once the season starts and just have your heart broken and have it torn out of your anal cavity, which is gaping from the butt fucking you gave yourself for comparing this fucking kid to Lamar Jackson right off the bat. You understand Peyton Manning holds the record for interceptions in a season by a quarterback with 28 his rookie year. And Peyton Manning is on the Mount Rushmore of quarterbacks. He's in the top 5. You could argue he's the second best quarterback who ever lived. And, like, again, the guy threw 28 picks his rookie year. Like, the kid's got time. 30 touchdowns in training camp and only 2 interceptions. Yeah, see, people are tweeting like J.J. McCarthy's the future of the NFL. It's like, guys. I love my Vikings. And this is a beautiful throw. Like, it's a beautiful throw with no pass rush on 7-on-7 drills. But let's fucking calm down. Yeah, he received the highest training camp grade amongst rookie quarterbacks and is ranked 4th in the NFL ahead of Lamar Jackson and Brock Purdy. JJ continues to make his case for being a top 5 quarterback. Relax with the top 5 quarterback shit. Nice pass. But here's the thing, that's a beautiful pass, but there will be times in a game where he'll try to make that pass and it's going to get picked off. It's going to happen. Here's another one. J.J. McCarthy is a top 2 NFL quarterback. People at Vikings camp are saying that he looks like a clone of Patrick Mahomes. J.J. might have already surpassed Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Again, guys, I'm the biggest Viking mark you're ever going to meet, but that's fucking insane. Stop it. He continues to look more and more like Patrick Mahomes every day. We got to chill the fuck out. Guys, you're going to lose your mind doing shit like this. I mean, watch a real man sport like cricket or mahjong. Bigot on socialist media says put $500 on the Vikings making the playoff a week before the season starts. I don't know about us making the playoffs. We've got a tough schedule this year. We start with the Giants, which is easy enough, but then it's San Francisco, the Texans, and Green Bay, in Green Bay. That's going to be a fucking rough one to start the season. But, like, when I went on today and I'm like, all I just wanted to watch some JJ highlights, see how our boy's doing, you know, see some highlights. I'm a big football fan. I wanted to see some highlights. When I started seeing tweets going, he's Mahomes, he's Burrow, he's Lamar Jackson, he's Josh Allen. And it's like, guys. We've been here before. Stop. Yeah, Mild says, meanwhile, Mahomes is doing behind-the-back passes at training camp. Easy on the Mahomes shit. Like, there's, you know, saying J.J. McCarthy in his rookie year is like Patrick Mahomes. Drew Brees was never Patrick Mahomes. To give you some perspective. Brett Favre, for Christ's sake, was never Patrick Mahomes. So let's easy on the J.J. McCarthy. Like, maybe someday, maybe he'll prove it, but we got to chill the fuck out, guys. I'm just saying it as Vikings fans because you know how much we've been hurt in the past. You know how badly this team has wounded us. And you, like, don't make it easier. Thank you very much to Adam for $20 over on PayPal, starting us off on the PayPal end of things today. Thank you, guys. I'm considering every contribution today a 10th anniversary gift. We appreciate from the YouTube crowd. Rumble can do all their 10th anniversary gifts tomorrow during Rumble Friday. 315 is our number today. Thank you guys very much. You know the drill. Get her under 300 by 7 o'clock, and we're looking good for today. All the links are in the chat. Thanks for your appreciations and your contributions. Scarface says, don't sleep on my Giants. Yeah, Daniel Jones is an overpaid piece of shit, but that defense looks good. Old school G-Men D. Do you guys still have Wink running the show over there? Because Wink Martindale is a bad motherfucker when it comes to defensive coordinators. I think him and our defensive coordinator are the two best in football. I think Flores and Martindale are the two baddest dudes when it comes to building defense. The only guy who's crazy and blitzes more than we do, I think, is Wink Martindale. They just send people on every play. Muted Growl says, yeah, the Vikings handled the Giants easily in that playoff game. All right, enough. Enough of that. It's 2 years ago. We're good. McBuster says, I'm surprised Aaron likes football so much. They wear too many clothes. No baby-oiled muscles glistening. No man drama or ladder matches. I'm not a current participating wrestling fan at the moment. I haven't regularly watched wrestling since, whenever I brought my daughter to Raw, like 2018, 5-6 years. She liked Braun Strowman and Charlotte Flair. So I, got some tickets to Raw, and we went with a few people. She seemed to like it. McBuster says, I'm surprised, bigot on socialist media. Cowboys are all right if they get lucky with injuries. The Cowboys are scary for one reason and one reason only. Micah fucking Parsons. That guy is a machine. That guy is not built of this world. And he's one of those defenders. He's like a prime Khalil Mack, where he on his own can change a game defensively, can destroy a game. Do sleep on Sam Darnold. He was picked 3. I think Dinosaur Fuel means don't sleep on Sam Darnold. He was picked 3 for a reason. Dude, if Sam Darnold is ever going to show that he deserved to be picked number 3, it's going to be this year with this team. Otherwise, he was just overrated and people missed on him, because you can't have more weapons. Jefferson, Jones, Addison, Hawkinson. Apparently, Jaron Naylor's having a great camp. Don't sleep on Johnny Munt. He's solid too. The Vikings have more than enough people for him to throw to. So if Sam Darnold is ever going to show that he deserved to be the 3rd overall pick, it's going to be this year. If he doesn't show it this year, he was a fluke. And when are people going to stop drafting USC quarterbacks? They never work out. Let's go here. Let's go all the way back. People say, Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is amazing. Okay, maybe. But Keaton Slovis, Sam Darnold, Matt Barkley, Mark Sanchez, Dirty Sanchez, John David Booty, former Minnesota Viking draft pick, John David Booty, Matt Leinart. Okay, I'll give you Carson Palmer, Rodney Peete, Rob Johnson. I'm sorry, but as far as successful quarterbacks in there, you have Carson Palmer, and that's it. Sanchez did not have he had a couple of, basically Mark Sanchez had Darrelle Revis's defense, is what he had. So he had two years where he went to the AFC Championship game, and that was it. Barkley was a bust. Darnold's been a bust so far. Booty was a never was. Leinart was a bust. Palmer's like borderline Hall of Famer. He was good. And Rodney Peete sucked balls with the Lions. So I don't have a lot of faith in USC quarterbacks. Muted Growl says Wink isn't even in the NFL. Really? Your Giants got rid of Wink Martindale? Like, he's really fucking good. I don't know what I'm missing. Maybe I don't watch enough Giants football. McBuster says Aaron really misses Corey, the only other dweeb that drools over the Vikings in preseason practices. I told you that when I was watching the training camp videos today, I was like, people are getting a little overexcited. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, for fuck's sake, Vikings talk is okay. You're allowed to have hope in your shitty team. However, can we agree that this season we just won't acknowledge that Asian sex pest? Please and thanks. Guys, first of all, You get at my soul when you use the term sex pest. I love that phrase, sex pest. That's what SP always says about like the cover members. Like she coined that phrase. She was like, "You need to stop romanticizing Kayla. She's a sex pest." And I was like, it was the first time I'd heard the phrase sex pest. And I was like, you know what? It's a catchy phrase. But he's talking about my boy, Purple FTW, the YouTube guy who talks Vikings. And I watch his videos damn near every day. And Annoyed Wawa Supervisor always tries to tell me, he goes, nope, he's a fucking sex pest. He's a weirdo. I don't even know exactly what it is he's accused of doing. Like something about some bi shit. I don't know. I've never remembered exactly what it was. But okay, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, I will talk Vikings this season. I will do Vikings talk, but I will try to keep the Purple FTW to a minimum. How's that? Can we agree on that? Oof. All right, we have Bigot on Socialist Media says the videos he makes from his bed are hilarious. Yeah, but that doesn't help the sex pest allegations. If you're making videos from your bed. Don't give Annoyed Wawa Supervisor any more ammunition than he needs. The NFL, like all pro sports, is scripted, says Vidam. Oh boy, here we go. It's all right, scripted.
Y'all. Anybody who just saw this last night, comment right here. If you didn't, you're watching it right now. It's the fourth quarter, 1 minute 53 seconds left. The 49ers just scored that field goal, so we kick it off to the Chiefs. Where do they get the ball? They get it at the 25-yard line, okay?
So far, that is how football works. Yes, correct.
It's 1st and 10 at the 25-yard line. For them to get a first down, they've got to get past the 35-yard line. Let's see what happens, okay? It obviously says right there, 1st and 10.
Correct.
They're at the 25-yard line because it was a touchback. There you see it right there, 25-yard line. They got to get to the 35.
All right, the amount of autism in this kid is really starting to fucking bug me.
Okay. Travis Kelce
That's a first down.
Gets past the 35. It's 1st and 10 again.
All right.
Not a problem.
I don't remember this from the Super Bowl. I don't know what he's talking about.
But on the ensuing play, look at what happens. You're watching it right now. I'm not cutting. I'm not pausing. Patrick Mahomes scrambles from the 35 for 2 yards. So now it's 2nd down.
Right.
He scrambled for 2. It should be 2nd and 8.
Yeah.
Okay? What happens, though? What happens? Look, right here.
I don't remember.
Here.
I don't remember
this. The Super Bowl
this.
logo shows up, and then what happens? 1st and 10. Somebody explain that to me.
Here's what I'm thinking. Because if that really were some kind of fuck up, you don't think Shanahan and all the 49ers would have been all over that? They would have been. I'm thinking that Kelsey's knee went down short of the first, and so they marked him short, but on TV they just assumed it was a first down. And it was probably 2nd in inches. And then they picked up the first.
All he did was get from the 35 to the 37, and now it's 1st and 10.
All right, what happened next?
1st and 10 right there, 1st and 10 right here. That makes absolutely no sense. The NFL is obvious.
That's not rigged, though, because then the next play he would have gotten the first down anyway on 2nd and 8. So what the fuck are you bitching about? God, autism really needs to just be kept in a basement. Fuck, dude. All right, so there was either a TV error or an officiating error that on the very next play got straightened away anyway. That is not clear proof that the NFL is rigged. For goodness sake. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor, I'm going to say allegedly here. My Purple FTW guy, he was allegedly creeping on women in their DMs. One might even say he sent an aggressive dick pic, copyright Gino Visconti. And then when he was called out on it, he claimed to be a bisexual sex addict. Well, did it work? People really get down on themselves to kind of get away from shit like that. Like Kevin Spacey, they were like, "Is it true you groped some 13-year-old kid at a party?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm so drunk and I'm such a mo." And you're like, "Wait, what? What are you talking about?" "Yeah, dude, I'm just gay as fuck and I get hammered." They're like, "Oh, I mean, that's fine. It's okay to be that. Like, it's okay to be gay, and maybe you could probably cut back on your drinking. But what does that have to do with the allegation that you like dry humped a 13-year-old and held him down on a bed. And he's like, I just love drinking. Just love being a gay boy. I'd say, yeah, but that's not. And then he got away with all of it. Like, remember, he's like been cleared of everything. Kevin Spacey's free to pursue his career. I mean, if I believed that he didn't do the things that he's accused of doing, I would feel terrible that he lost his career over it. But I 100% believe that he did it. And I believe that Hollywood knew about it. And it was kind of like the Weinstein thing where it was a pretty well-known deal, but nobody had the fucking balls to speak up because there's too much power behind him. You know? And then once once Hollywood removed the power from Kevin Spacey, then everyone felt comfortable attacking him, just like Weinstein. You know, that was the sickest part of the Weinstein deal, was having all these people come out and be like, oh, I knew it was happening. I knew it was this. I knew it was that. It's like, well, were you planning on telling us at any time? Were you planning on letting us know that this guy was hey, we get to use the term, a sex pest? No? Okay. 315 is our number for today. Keep contributing. Let's keep us knocking out 100 every hour, and we'll have this thing knocked out by 9 o'clock. Thank you, guys. 315 is the number. 10-year gifts, please. It's been 10 years of Steel Toe. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, etc. Thank you. Guys, we have a treat for you today. We have Tiffany Henyard. It's a Tiffany Henyard day. Oh, here we go. Purple FTW, sexually harassed and threatened women. This is a Reddit thing. Somebody texted this in. Blah, 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 runs a fairly popular Vikings. This is 5 years ago. Podcast, YouTube channel. He just released a statement on Twitter about denying what he calls allegations. Alligators. Does anyone have any information about what's going on here? I hate to put his name next to the word allegations without knowing anything first. A couple of weeks ago, some Twitter DM screenshots surfaced where Purple FTW was DMing women some unwelcome, flirtatious comments, including telling one woman, wouldn't mind giving you lots of meat. Come on. Wouldn't mind giving you lots of meat. I've dirty talked in my day. I might do a little dirty talking from here to there and then to here again. But I've never told a woman I would give her lots of meat and had her go, ooh, interested. You know, it's got to be a little sweeter than I'll give you lots of meat. Like, if you hear that at a butcher shop, that's great fucking news. If some guy is just typing to you and he's like, I'll give you lots of meat, that's kind of more of a, am I going to end up in a trunk kind of a situation. When those DMs surfaced, there were rumors floating around on social media that there was a pattern of similar behavior with Andy. But at first, they only were hearsay until the screenshots. Sunday morning, Andy published a statement on Medium announcing he was bisexual and responding to the allegations by stating, quote, I have had online conversations trying to overcompensate and convince myself that I'm not the way I am. Oh, he's going with there's two wolves inside me kind of a thing. That I am not also attracted to men. That was wrong, and I sincerely apologize to those women. Andy goes on to discuss his struggles with concussions. There you go. Depression, anxiety. But rather than further summarize, I'd encourage you to just read Andy's statement. All right, so women were like, yeah, he said he was going to give me lots of meat in our DMs. And then his response was, I'm queer. Dude, if I were a gay dude, I'd be like, whoa, wait a minute. So you're just saying that all of us gays are sexually insatiable and just obsessed with meat? Yeah, you know what? Checks out. Joshua with 16 says, happy 10th. Thank you, Joshua, and thank you, everybody who's given us 10th anniversary gifts today. We take home about 12 of that. That's going to bring us down to 305. Like I said, getting under 300 by the top of the hour is awesome. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, I appreciate it. Yeah, DMing adults, who cares? Wake me up when he's talking to kids. Well, here's what kind of bothers me about shit like that. So this guy is DMing with women. I'm assuming it's consensual. I'm assuming these women DM'd him. He DM'd them back. If it went like this, they DM'd him and they both just started, DMing dirty shit to each other, and then they turned around and burned him. What a fucking attention-seeking, backstabbing whore. Like, that kind of shit is not honorable to me. It's like when Tiger Woods started getting outed for fucking all those Denny's waitresses. And I think it was Norm Macdonald who said it. He goes, well, thank God we have all these upstanding whores. You're just as big a piece of shit as he is. You knew who he was, and you fucked him anyway. And then you go out and you share it publicly. Oh, yeah, I fucked Tiger Woods a bunch. Here's our text messages. It's like, you understand you're a woman of lower stock at that point. Like, there should be, like, yes, Tiger Woods deserves whatever he gets for whatever he did, but so do these hooas. Like, they deserve their comeuppance as well for being, you disloyal, bitch-made ass mother. Like, you were there. You did it too. You can't just sit there and go, oh, these women, they'll grab Tiger Woods' cock, or they'll text with like Andy, like a YouTube personality or a TV personality or whatever. And they'll sit there and they'll play grab ass with them, and they'll be a shaft grasper. And then when it's convenient for them, they'll burn the guy. They'll turn him in. They'll be like, oh, yeah, look, he said he was going to give me lots of meat while I was digitally grabbing his cock. It's like, you fucking whore. You're no better than he is. A pox on both your houses. So, yeah, this whole, as Norm Macdonald calls it, Legion of Upstanding Whores gimmick is fucking obnoxious, to say the least. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says if you kept reading, it gets to the part where he starts threatening that he, quote, knows guys that could kill you. This bipolar Quebo is a real creep. Really? It got to that level? Jesus, dude. Do you guys want to know more about the purple FTW guy? I'll read more of that if you want me to. I just didn't know if people cared, so I kind of cut it off early. Yeah, McBuster with a great point. They'll Amber Heard the shit out of you. I know what that's like. I've been with someone like Amber Heard. It's fucking wild, man. It's a warped fucking journey for sure. Because McBuster says they'll poop on the bed, blame the dogs, cut off your finger, and lie to the cops about being abused. Sex robot technology is getting better, though. Andy's statement was not well received by many on social media, with a number of folks upset that Andy seemed to be blaming his sexuality or mental health instead of unequivocally apologizing. There was a lot of confusion that still remains, as Andy's statement did not make clear what Andy was apologizing for. On Sunday, dude, he doesn't have to apologize for flirting with a woman in DMs. If it was mutual flirting, he has nothing to apologize for. It's that fucking slag that has something to apologize for, just fucking ratting somebody out like that when you were doing it too. Ugh. Just this twisted sense of honor that you should ultimately be punished for. People, on Sunday evening, one woman on Twitter responded to the statement by alleging that Andy had SA'd her and made violent threats. Oh, boy. This is people won't ridicule you for being bi. They will, however, for SAing women, for threatening them by saying, I could hire someone to kill you, or that you'd tie them up in a closet and have your way with them, or you don't want to fuck with me. All right. That's a little weird. I'll give you that. Later that same evening, that allegation was corroborated by another user on Twitter who stated not only did Andy commit the alleged assaults, but that there were other victims as well. Can confirm Amanda told me this in confidence last summer. I believe her and support her and the others 100%. On Tuesday, the woman who made the original allegation posted a 2-part video on Twitter, part 1 here, part 2 here, again clearly alleging that, quote, I was actually physically assaulted by him. She discusses why she hadn't come forward previously, the toll it's taken on her personally, and why Andy blaming his actions on his sexuality caused her to come forward. This morning, Andy made a second statement saying, I completely and categorically deny all allegations made against me, and further calling the accusations against him a coordinated smear campaign. It's the goddamn Green Bay Packers front office. They see the success of my channel and they're sending cheese whores after me. That's what's going on here. I don't know why that rant made me want to go to Stillwater to visit Nick's future home. No, I want to go to Stillwater. This is going to be gay. This is going to match the shirt. You guys will like this. Stillwater, Minnesota is right on the river. And they've got great shopping and restaurants and like boat trips and shit that you can do. I've always wanted to take a summer day and just go, yes, I'm going to say this, kick it in Stillwater. But I'm now realizing that I'm saying this to an audience that is predominantly male and that this sounds remarkably gay. But yes, I want to go have a girls' day in Stillwater is essentially what I'm trying to say to you. Somebody texting in, people have forgotten how to flirt. That's why people started thinking Baby It's Cold Outside is a grape song instead of one of the best training models for male-female flirtatious interactions. There should be college classes about that song, not Taylor Swift bullshit. People have forgotten how to flirt. And I do think a lot of it is like these really cringe hookup coaches and porn. I think has really ruined people's ability to flirt. Like, I don't know, like, are we going to use a gay word like courting? But like flirting, courting, you're not, you know, it's not like you're throwing a steak on a hot grill. It's more like a smoker. It's a low and slow kind of a thing. Like guys just get out there now and they're like, yeah, I'll give you some meat. And you're like, dude, fucking like calm down. Just take it easy, friendly, nice. You know, you're in the sales and hospitality business. You know, you wouldn't see anybody in the hospitality business going, can I show you my cock? That's because that's not how you put someone at ease and make them feel okay. The whole, I'll give you some meat. It's like, dude, just fucking relax a little bit. Be nice. Be nice. Be fun. Be affable. You don't need to reach into your pants and grab your cock right away. That will, look, guys, charm, fun, easygoing. The dick part will take care of itself. All right? That everyone wants to jump right for the fucking part. The fucking part is going to handle itself. If you're easygoing, charming, you put people at ease, you put them in a good mood, they're having a good time with them, or they're having a good time with you, they will fuck you. You make them feel good. Yeah, we want to see my meat. No. Stop it. That is a swinging for the fences proposition. You're going to miss. Das Optic Nerve says, warning, do not take dating advice from this man. No. I didn't say dating advice. Yeah, don't take advice from me when it comes to being in relationships. I'm awful at it. But like, if you look at my history, you cannot deny that I've outkicked my coverage with just about everybody. There's a reason for that. Take my advice on that end. How to nurture and establish a relationship. Look, I'll give you advice on that when I fucking figure out how at 37 years old. I think it's actually probably the same as the flirting thing. Just be honest. That would be number one. Just don't lie. Don't lie about what you want. Be interested in what they're interested in. Unless you're not interested in that, then just don't be with them. But just fucking be nice. That's really, dude, most of attracting people is just be someone people want to hang around. Like I said, the fucking will take care of itself. Be someone that people want to be around. Easygoing, fun, good time. You like to go out. You like to do things. People will like that. People like to stay entertained. King Kong Dong says, man meat advice isn't good coming from this Eric Church-loving motherfucker. It's not. That doesn't have anything to do with it. How dare you? Landers says about my Stillwater day, he says Aaron wants to go out for lunch and giggle with the girls. It would be brunch. Thank you very much. King Kong Dong says, nah, fuck them like rabbits. McBuster, chivalry is dead. Men are afraid of going to jail and or being shamed or bullied after the Me Too era. Need a contract to hold hands anymore. I don't know. like I said, just be a good dude. Just be a nice, like old school shit still works. You know how like my shirts from the 50s? That shit still works, man. It's still the best way to go. Like you guys are like, oh, why does some shit work for these guys? Because women are whores now. But like if you want a nice one, if you want a good one, if you want one who's, going to be a good partner, you just fucking be nice, dude. Be nice, be fun. You'll get there. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says untrue. Kayla looks like she just came out of a Matrix, but she's a lovely girl. McBuster says you get entitled Karen psycho bitches like Kiki that will play victim the second they are displeased and call the cops on your ass. How dare you not take out the trash on time? Jail. Yeah, like if you start saying shit like, I'd give you lots of meat, you're going to get a shitty bitch. Because shitty bitches fall for shit like that. Desperate, shitty broads with lots of inner turmoil and problems. A well-adjusted, strong, confident fucking chick. Be a nice guy. Be a good time. That's most of it. Be a good time. And you'll be all right. Easy for Hulkamash Baby says, easy for you to say, swapper. You had 2 of them. Well, there's a reason I had 2 of them. I'm a good time. Dinosaur Fuel says, Aaron, the 3 Fs. Find them, fuck them, forget them. That's sad, though. Doesn't that seem kind of sad? McBuster says, nah, you need a lawyer just to swipe right anymore. I don't know. I can't afford to be that jaded. Sam Show nails it. Sam Show says most dudes struggle with step 1. Stop trying to make a wife out of sluts. Yep. He's absolutely right. If you like her because you're like, oh, she's fucking crazy and she fucks so, it's like, oh, okay, you know what? Then put a timer on this thing and let's get the fuck out of there before it spoils. It's a lesson I did not learn. But I know now. Vidam says, what is it with fat guys sending dick pics and being abrasive with women? I don't get it. Dick pics are for like your early 20s when people are still figuring out what they don't like. Like, I don't know many women past early 20s who are okay with dick pics. I know that like there would be that, oh, I showed you my tits. Now you have to send me a picture, but that was like early 20s. I think after that, people are like, I know what a dick looks like. Annoyed Wawas or Sam Show says the ones you're trying to wife are supposed to not be so much fun. Yeah, like you too can have a great time. But like, here's a good test. There was a saying I heard the other day. It's like it's hard to build a kingdom with someone who still wants attention from the village. And I think that's a great point. If you have a chick and you guys are together and she's putting like thirst traps and shit on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or anything like that, be nervous about that. Be a little worried about that, Because I'm not saying it's a deal breaker, but it's a red flag. And April was fucking thirst trap central. Dick pics make a good dartboard, says Trump 45-1, ban me. Just throw fucking darts at a dick. Darts at a dick. Darts at a dick. We like the girls who throw darts at a dick. Shit Show with 199 says you've only ever had transactional sex, dork. I think he meant sex, but that's okay. Shit Show's not the brightest bulb. Are you saying I've only purchased prostitutes? So you're saying that I had 3 children by knocking up a... That's... I mean, I never said the people who are like blind with rage at me have ever been good shit talkers, but that one really doesn't seem to be checking out. That's why you guys got to get better at that. You got to take notes from the fans. The fans of this show are way better at talking shit than you guys. They can get me worked up. They can get me fired up. You guys, I have to use a Rosetta Stone to translate your fucking monosyllabic grunts. Chevrolet JB says, I only send dick pics when the wife is at a bachelor party or bachelorette party. What? King Kong Dong says, my buddy is going through the trying to make a slut his wife a few times. It's not working. She is insane. Yeah, like sluts are fun. Keep your distance. Keep your distance. Whoa, Muted Growl says Gino got wasted and started screaming at Keanu about John from Win by 2, calling John Kiki's real boyfriend. Was he mad or was he just being silly drunk Gino? That's interesting. Joshua says, if you think about how much you lost in the divorce, it's kind of true. My first divorce, like, yeah, I had to split everything up. House, bank accounts, then, paying child support, insurance, all that shit. Yeah. But the second one, I just got the bill yesterday. The bill came in the mail. Worth it. Worth it. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, today's episode is okay. That's how you bother him, trolls. Yeah, give me undefinitive statements. That's how you fuck me up. By the way, guys, 305, do me a favor. Knock us down by a hundo in the next hour, and let's have ourselves a nice and easy day goal-wise. 305 is the number. We appreciate it. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. With Joshua's 16 and that 199 from Shit Show, I apologize. 300 is the number today. That's my fault, guys. I shorted you 5. There we go. 300 is the number. So, top of the hour, you got us down to 300. Looking great. Get us down to 200 by 8 o'clock, and we're good. You guys are on track today, and I appreciate that. It is our 10th anniversary tomorrow, and then the 10th anniversary party is Saturday. Throw in a little something as a gift. I would appreciate it. Your generosity keeps this show going. Speaking of the anniversary show, if any of you are coming in from out of town, if any of you are flying in or driving from a long distance, and you're in town today or tonight, get in touch with me. If you want to have a drink or something, I want to be able, speaking of hospitality, if I'm available, I've got a lot to do today, setting up for everything, but I do want to say if you're going out tonight and you flew here or you drove a long distance, I do want to be accommodating. I do want to, I appreciate you guys coming out. So if you want to write in or DM or anything like that and say, hey, is there anywhere in St. Cloud or, anywhere else we can go for drinks or whatever? And I'll go meet you for one. I appreciate you guys flying out and driving and all that shit. It's really cool of you. So I don't know. I'm thinking I should still sneak boxing in tonight. I think I can get all my shit done. It's a haircut, meeting with someone, and then I'm gonna go to Stoney's and drop off all the cornhole boards and everything else, and just check in with Cheetos. And then I got a couple other places to go. And then I think I'll do boxing tonight. And then after that, if anyone gets in touch and they're like, "Hey, we're in town for the show. We're gonna be at this place," I'll go out and have one. I'll go out. Doorman says, I just gave you $10 for every year, but please take $10 and go get a different Goodwill shirt. New boot goofing. All right. Thank you, Doorman. $100 from Doorman. And, of course, Doorman, with that $100, $10 for every year. Thank you, buddy. We are 200. There you go. Now we're 200 away. You guys want to just get to 100 by 8 o'clock? That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you, Doorman, for the $100. And as far as the new shirt goes, I'll work on it. Sam with $2 says, is there a shuttle out there? Yes. If you guys, Stoney's is going to have a car service on Saturday. If you tell the car service where your hotel is, you call Stoney's, they will come pick you up. When you leave, I believe when you leave at night, if you tell them the hotel, they will drop you off. I am considering talking to Brett Schlungen, my buddy at Schlang Daddy's limo service, and seeing if I can work out a deal just as something nice for, like Johnny and Matt, maybe a couple like sponsors of the show. Like if All Care sends anybody out, I know Midland can't make it, but like Whiskey Pete and guys like that, maybe pick them up and, or not pick them up, but for drop off. Not pick them up, because if you pick up at 2, taking a limo at 2 is weird. But like maybe get a limo for those guys at 11, 12 o'clock or so, or whenever we're gonna pack it up, and then call it a night. Approachable says, Aaron, I would advise against the haircut. You might want to hang on to every inch you've got at this point. Thank you. Chevy fan says, Aaron, did you see Mystic Lake Casino is building a Topgolf on its property? Hot fucking diggity shit. That sounds awesome. Really? I want to go golfing at that golf course more than anything else. It's an expensive fucking place, but it looks like a beautiful course. Squirrel Boy Q with $10 says, I can't make it to the anniversary party this year as I have prior engagements, and I can't bring Bubba to yell the N-word at you, as no surprise he'll be in jail. Wait a minute. Bubba's in jail? No. Well, that fucking eats balls. Well, thank you for the $10, Squirrel Boy Q, but I hate that. Matt says, will Stoney's car service hook me up with a ride from my house and back? As far as back goes, Matt, I'm going to talk to Schlang Daddies today and see what they'll do. Don't want to leave a car all the way out in Rockville. I get that. But I don't know. Yeah, talk to Cheetos. He's got the car service. There's going to be people coming from out of state, and they'll be staying at hotels. They can get a ride to and from. You guys don't have to leave a vehicle out in Rockville. I'm going to work on some things, Matt. Don't you worry, buddy. Also, I think the Ubers run out that way. King Kong Dong says, I'm not as cool as Doorman. I got $1 for each year. Happy anniversary. Can't wait till 20. Thank you, King Kong Dong, for the $10 over on PayPal. Very cool of you. Holy shit, you guys are only 185 away from notching a victory for the toe this morning. Thank you for that. Somebody says your spider is a bit aggressive today. That's why I'm getting the haircut, buddy. That's why I'm getting... Frankie and Aaron have the same haircut? Now, wait a goddamn minute. Now I feel like I'm owed an apology. All right, let's get into the Dalton, Illinois stuff. Let's get into the Tiffany Henyard stuff today. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. It's amazing. We're only 185 away from today, and we're only an hour into the show. Thank you for the anniversary gifts. That's very kind of you. You keep that going. We'll be overtime in no time. Tiffany Henyard, we got 2 Tiffany Henyard stories today. I love her. I think she's the best. This may be a controversial take. I want Tiffany Henyard to beat all of her allegations. I want her to beat all of her accusations and all of her wrongdoings. I want her to stay a county commissioner. I want her to stay a mayor. I don't want to see her go away. She's far too awesome. She honestly treats city council meetings like they're World Star Hip Hop videos, and I love her for that. Like, she has a golden microphone, and she's like, excuse me, y'all, I'm in charge here, blah, blah, blah. And like, if people like her, she's kind of that classic narcissistic manipulator where, like, when people love her, she over compliments them. She's like, oh, you are so fantastic. You are just the best, blah, blah. And when you criticize her, you're a low down, dirty, shifty sack of shit who's garbage. And there's like, she's an operator on that level. And I won't use the phrase the noose is tightening for obvious reasons. That would be a little But the walls are closing in on Tiffany Dalton. They've got fucking Mayor Beetlejuice, Lori Lightfoot. Sundown, you better take care if you are a corrupt mayor with some nappy hair. So they got Lori Lightfoot in there investigating her. You know they're going to find something. They've got her pretty much commissioned for decommissioning. And they'll be putting her down pretty soon. But they're definitely playing with their food. They're letting her struggle a little bit because, like I said, she puts on a good show. So we got 2 updates from a couple of meetings that took place. This is Tiffany Henyard, I think, at Monday's meeting. Let's take a listen.
Another contentious board meeting in the village of Dalton drew frustrated residents demanding answers from embattled Mayor Tiffany Henyard about village spending and more.
Casey Cronus is live there tonight with the very latest. Casey?
Hi, Casey Cronus. Are those sausages on her shirt? What the fuck? They look like kielbasa. She looks like she's wearing a kielbasa shirt. What are we trying to say? I'll give you so much meat. I think Purple FTW likes that shirt.
Tia and Scott
You can't tell me those aren't kielbasa.
Eruptions, shouting, and disorganization are par for the course at village board meetings here in Dalton.
She's kind of like a hot version of Keanu, in a way. A little bit.
And tonight was no different. It didn't take long for tensions to escalate, and by the meeting's end, at least 3 women were kicked out by police after Mayor Tiffany Henyard said they were behaving out of order.
Yeah, see, that's what we love about our girl Tiffany. Hashtag free Tiffany Henyard. If you love her, you can be screaming like, yo, I love you, blah, 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 and you can be totally out of order, and she'll be like, oh, thank you. You're so nice. Oh, it's so nice to have your support. But if you're like pissed off, you're like, you're robbing us taxpayers of our money and you're putting it in your own goddamn pocket. You're going on trips and you're bringing your cronies out. It's fucking terrible. She'll be like, that person is out of order, y'all. We need to get them up out of here. And it's like, but that person was yelling and screaming too. I know, but they told me my hair looked pretty. I mean, if anyone deserves to be frustrated, it's the people of Dalton, right? I mean, she's been literally robbing them. They're allowed to be upset.
More would have been accomplished tonight if not for various delays. At the start of the meeting, Henyard asked everyone who was already seated to get up and go through the metal detectors again.
Oh, my God. So she's just fucking with people. She's just stalling and delaying the inevitable, which is, you know, her getting kicked out of that comfy $200,000 a year job. Did you hear what she did about the election? She passed through a rule that, like, the next mayor makes like $25,000 a year, whereas she's making, like, between the 2 jobs she has, like $250,000. If she wins, it doesn't change. But as soon as a new mayor takes over, the salary goes down to $25,000. What a fucking piece of shit. So she made everyone get up and go through the metal detectors again. Ugh. I don't know. Me and my boys, we walk around the metal detectors. But that's just me.
Her reasoning, they had not yet been turned on. Several agenda items were pushed off until the committee of the whole meeting, including a motion to sell 3 Chevy Tahoes and 1 Ford Expedition that trustees say will cost the village upwards of $700,000 by the end of their 5-year leases. What was approved...
Wait a minute. How many Tahoes? I got to go back. What's the math on that? A Tahoes and an Expedition... by the time they're done paying them off, will cost them $700,000 because the mayor of fucking Dalton, Illinois, needed a goddamn motor fleet.
However,
go back.
Is a village trustees say will cost the village upwards of including a motion to sell 3 Chevy Tahoes and 1 Ford Expedition that trustees say will cost the village upwards of $700,000 by the end.
Dude, I mean, I know there's interest on that, but the math is not Oh, of course, Tiffany Henyard probably got like fully loaded Texas edition fucking Tahoes. Because that's just shy of $200,000 a vehicle. Fuck. This woman has no sense of self-control. She has no sense of being frugal, or not even fuck frugal. She's a walking stereotype, put it that way. She got access to all this money by becoming mayor and becoming county commissioner and all that, and she just had to let it all out. She's very mayor rich, as we say. She's very mayor rich.
End of their 5-year leases. What was approved, however, is a village credit card spending freeze. Trustees say this will allow only the Director of Administrative Services to use the village's credit card on...
Let me guess. She's been booking flights with the village credit card. That would not surprise me at all. It's amazing. Like, when we hear about the stuff we already know that she's done, like taking cops and paying them shitloads of overtime to help her, like, basically be her entourage. I'm surprised she's still been able to hold on to office just based on the shit we know. And this is also what happens when you have enough on someone to get rid of them, but they don't have any pride and they won't leave. Like, you know how like people get embarrassed enough and they're like, I'm going to resign. You know, they don't have to resign. They're not going to get kicked out. There's no way to remove them from office for what they did. But it's so publicly humiliating that they're just going to tap the fuck out. If you've ever wondered, hey, I wonder if Anthony Weiner or Elliot Spitzer or Andrew Cuomo or any other New York Democrat, I guess, I wonder what would happen if any of these guys just hung in there and said, I don't give a fuck about the embarrassing thing I did. I'm staying here. Well, it would look like Tiffany Henyard. It would be a goddamn distraction and a disaster all the time. Because this is what happens when there's clearly enough shit to humiliate you and embarrass you and should make you want to leave, but you have no shame and you stick around. This is what it looks like.
Board approved purchases. They say there will also be a cap of $5,000 on any given purchase.
Watching as this village being ran into the ground by this woman is pissing me off.
The fact that you would even make us get up out of our chairs.
It is kind of funny watching black people hold the mic like rappers. Like, dude, it's in a stand. Like, you don't need to grab it. Like, before she started speaking, she go, yo, check it. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the mayor all fucked up, yo. I love how she's holding it like she's about, like she's on the Lyricist Lounge show. I'm old. I'm fucking old, dude. The Lyricist Lounge. Like she's on 106 and Park.
After we already sat down and got comfortable to even go back through a metal detector because you wasn't here on time to say that, oh, they shouldn't have been let in. No, you should have been here to let us in.
Are they saying that this Mayor Rich woman that they have was also not on time? She's running on mayor people time, isn't she? She is. You know what mayors really love to do is eat ribs and show up late for their meetings. See, that's probably what the mayor was doing.
Village deserves so much more than what it's getting from an outsider.
Is that an Illinois accent? Seems a little deep Southern, but okay. Wouldn't it be funny if she just showed up? Like, you know that scene in Mean Girls where the girl's like, she doesn't even go to that high school and she's like, I just have a lot of feelings. Like, this woman came up from Kentucky and they're like, what the fuck are you doing here? And she's just like, I just really don't like you and I think you're doing a shitty job.
Looking in, y'all are being hoodwinked, bamboozled for that same thing.
Did she just Malcolm X this bitch? You understand nobody puts those words together. You have to have seen Malcolm X in order to say, you've been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok. That's what she was doing. She was ripping off Denzel. Shit. You got one chick holding the mic like she's Mos Def. You got another chick. God, I'm just dropping old references. Fuck, I'm getting old, dude. Lyricist Lounge Show, 106 and Park, Mos Def. You know what the worst part is? When I'm making those references, I'm like, I'm cool. I'm hip as shit. And I realize Mos Def is probably about 50 years old right now. And more young people know him as an actor than as a rapper.
Things about me, I want you to prove it. Because, like I say, fact versus fiction.
Dude, I'm telling you, Tiffany Henyard and Nick Rekieta should get married. They're faced with overwhelming evidence of their guilt. Like, it's just right there. They're fooling absolutely nobody. They'd both make really great wrestling heels because they both do that thing where, you know, they have a bloody knife over a person with their throat cut out, and they're going, why would you think that I murdered them? That's crazy. Although in Nick and Tiffany Henyard's case, it's more like we have, like, it's like that scene in Role Models where the guy's like, I can't believe me, Franklin, is stealing televisions. Look at this. Like, it's just on video. It's like, that could be anybody. What do you know? They have to prove it. That's fine. Like, look at her. There's Tiffany facing the fire.
Something we don't typically see at these village board meetings.
White people. No, I'm sorry. I don't know.
Cook County Sheriff's deputies. While they remained outside during the meeting, the Cook County Sheriff's Office confirms to us that they were requested by Dalton police for additional support. Reporting live in Dalton.
The shit's getting wild in Dalton. You need extra police. They're either worried that Tiffany Henyard's going to start throwing chairs at people, or they're worried that they're going to fucking rip this woman's head off in the middle of one of the meetings because she's being such an impossible cunt. Chevy fan says new Tahoe can be $100K. Okay, right. But like, even fully loaded. Yeah, somebody says $85,000 for a high country Tahoe. Like, mine was a year or so old when I bought it. It's a 19. I bought it in 20. And it's the next level up from the LT. It's not like the super loaded. It's just leather seats and shit like that. Kind of the one up from the basic package. And I think that was 40 something when I bought it. So it dropped off in a year or two. It had like 20,000 miles on it or something. So I don't know if you go up. I know though, if you go up into the higher packages, it can get up there. But like $100,000 is pushing it for a Tahoe. So the fact that they have 3 Tahoes and an Expedition for $700,000, dude, how much would you love this mayor if she put like spinners on them? Like she just completely customed them out. It's hard for me to hate this woman because she's so openly a piece of shit. And as she's sitting there being a piece of shit, people look at her and go, "You're a piece of shit." And she's like, "Prove it." And then they go, "We have already. We've proven you're a piece of shit. We took the shit out of your house." Like, "Prove it was my shit." What? Are you out? That's how gaslighting works. Gaslighting is designed to make you feel like you're crazy, even though you're being completely reasonable and 100% correct. The internet has made people good at it. That's for sure. Holding it like she's going to suck at people. Yeah, that girl was my favorite, the one who was holding the mic like this. Sam Show says she's kind of smart. Piss them off so they fixate on the petty shit and waste their time whining about going through the metal detector rather than a real issue. Oh no, you're right. I'm saying like Tiffany Henyard is brilliant. Getting people mad about the metal detector, now they're not going to be mad about the taxes and the spending and all the other shit. Like she's really good. You don't get to be in the position she's in without being, you can't just be, "Oh, she's a dumb bitch who's just greedy." Yeah, but you got to have some heavy-duty operator shit about you to get to that point. Redman says, "I'm concerned there are no fire alarms in that building." Trump 45-1 ban me says Alex Stein went ape in Texas at a county meeting to a black guy on the board. Don't say that Alex went ape when you're talking about him yelling at a black guy. It just looks weird. From what I understood, the city is selling those vehicles. I'm lost. Yeah, they're trying to sell them so they don't have to spend $700,000 in the next 5 years to finance them. Vidam says, "I bet they put lights, sirens, and police radios in the vehicles they bought. That's how they cost so much." Oh, yeah, there you go. That's obviously what a fucking idiot I am. Lance with 199 says Lift Bridge Mini Donut Beer. Dude, Lance, it is a good beer, but if you want to feel like, if you want to inflate your tits and gut to levels of discomfort, have 1 or 2 Lift Bridge Mini Donut beers. Oof. Me, I'm a Minnesota Gold and Big Wave guy myself. Dash with $5 says happy 10th anniversary and 10 more as happy as the last. Thanks for the entertainment. Thank you, buddy. Need Trump becoming a member for 26 months. Says happy 10th anniversary, boss. Thank you. Guys, I do have a bunch of Stoney's gift cards that I'm going to have at the anniversary show. And if you've won them, come get them. I figured it'd just be easy for you guys to use them that night. And then those of you who don't come get them at the anniversary show, I'll just ship them out to you. That puts us at 180 for today. You guys are doing fantastic. Thank you so much for your generosity. Keep those 10th anniversary gifts coming, and we'll knock out that 180 well before it's time. We've got, Steel Toe breaking news. Jack Carlson, the succulent Chinese meal guy, is dead. He died at 82. Have a succulent Chinese meal for him today. Absolutely. Everybody should have a succulent Chinese meal. Gentlemen, this is democracy manifest. Take a look at the headlock here. No, it's too bad. I know. And by the way, I thought that guy was like guilty of all the crimes he committed. It turns out they were looking for somebody else, that he wasn't the guy. That poor dude. He was just a really eloquent fan of Asian cuisine. Poor fella. Yeah, we did a story last week. His daughter was raising money for him on a GoFundMe, and now he's gone. That's too bad. By the way, I don't mean to be the materialistic weasel in all this, but if you donated to a GoFundMe for a guy who's really sick and he just dies the next week, shouldn't you get, maybe I shouldn't ask. Now's not the time. I understand it's insensitive, but like, shouldn't she get your money back? Perhaps. It's just, it does. You don't have to answer it right now. It's a question worth asking. All right. Before we go over the second Tiffany Dalton story that we have today, let's go ahead and play the succulent Chinese meal guy as an honor to his passing. Here we go.
You just assured me that I could speak.
Sit down inside the car. We're not assuring anything. We're under arrest.
Look, I'm under what?
Come on.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before.
Get some cups.
Why did you do this to me?
Hop in the car. Get some cups.
For what reason? What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. Good one. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis? How dare get your hands off me.
Well, we've only got one.
Ta-ta and farewell.
Ta-ta and farewell. Oh, I'm going to miss that guy. But you know, it's like I always say about Patrice O'Neill. He's as alive to me today as he ever was, because there's so much of his stuff you can watch. You know, the succulent Chinese meal guy, he's still there. You know, you can go watch the succulent Chinese meal thing anytime you want. Approachable says, to be fair, it looks like Minnesota Golds add a little bit to your gut as well, so you might as well enjoy the mini donut beer. Oh, I see. I'm fat. You know I'm under 220 again, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm under 220. It's why I should go to boxing today. Make that see, here's my problem. Like, I should be at 215. I mean, ideally, if I stopped eating shit, I'd go to 210. But 215 looks pretty decent on me. It looks pretty good. Fuck you, by the way. But my problem is when I get to like 218, like I was this morning, I go, ooh, I can go eating today. Like, I don't take it as like, hey, 3 pounds and back to 215 and looking pretty good. Why don't we stay on track here? And instead, what I do is I go, oh, 218, I got some cushion to get to 220. Like, it just, I set that 5 pound range. And then that's why, like, I don't let people off the hook for saying, like, I can't lose weight. I can't do this. It's like, it's a mindset. And the only reason I know it's a mindset is because I know I get a shitty mindset a lot of the time. Like, is being 6'4" and being between 215 and 220 like the most unhealthy weight? No. But, like, if you can help it, like, I clearly can help it. I can get to 210 if I wanted to. You know, I just have to be really responsible and make all the right decisions, and I fucking don't. I get up at, 4:45. I get my show ready, and then I drive off to Quick Trip and have 2 flatbread breakfast sandwiches and a Diet Dr. Pepper at 5:30 in the morning. You know, you don't get to grab your gut like this and go, oh, man, closer to 220 today than 215. Oh man, I just have bad luck. It's like, no, you made your fucking choices, dude. I had a lunch thing that turned into a lunch thing and golf on Tuesday. Could I have done the lunch thing and went to the gym? Yeah, I had plenty of time. But I did the lunch thing, hit some driving range balls, and then golfed 9 holes. So, you can sit there and say like, oh, I struggle with my weight. You only struggle with your weight because you choose to. All of these things are choices. I'm certainly no victims. Dead Game says, I heard should like 9 times in 45 seconds. Right, exactly. Bigot on Socialist Media says, will you be 225 by Monday? Probably not. Mostly because I'm going to be running around at the anniversary show outside all day. I'll be at the lake tomorrow. Sunday, I'm probably going to spend too much money at the anniversary show, so I'll probably stay off the golf course this weekend. I don't want to be frivolous. But I should also go golfing on Sunday. Dude, how does that sound? How does like a nice 8:30 tee time sound? Right? That sounds pretty good. But the only problem is I got to drop the kids off at noon. So... Anonala says, Aaron, will you do a meet and greet at Pure Pleasure? No, but on October 20, is it 26th? Whatever that Saturday in October is. Yeah, Saturday, October 26th. We're going to have a 1-year anniversary polycule stand-up comedy show. That'll be fun, right? King Kong Dong says, what are we, gay? Why do we watch Aaron's weight like Weight Watchers? Because it's fun to make fun of me and watch me struggle. I get it. I understand it. I know why they do it. I would too, if I was in your seat and you were in mine. I'd fucking taunt you about what a pudge you are. All right, guys, 180 away from today. Thank you very much for your generosity. Finish it up. Let's go to our second Dalton meeting, or our Tiffany Henyard story for today. This was yesterday. So the one we just did was 2 days ago. This one was yesterday. Let's see what kind of update we got from the old battle axe of Dalton.
Close aide to Mayor Tiffany Henyard is cooperating with her opponents.
Uh-oh.
And the mayor has now been stripped of at least some power in the form of access to village money.
Because, you throw a lot of things up here that don't be true.
Mayor Tiffany.
You guys hear that? I just want you to understand what the mayor's trying to say there, because that's a real heavy point. There are a lot of things that they're throwing up there that don't be true. I just want you guys to know, when you're saying things, make sure they don't be true. Because they are saying a lot of things that don't be true. Because that's true, it don't be. She's their leader. She's in charge, and she says shit like, you're bringing a lot of stuff up here that don't be true.
To village money.
Because, you throw a lot of things up here that don't be true.
Mayor Tiffany Henyard's group.
She's retarded. Like, you can sit there and be upset if you want. If you're a resident of that city, you have every right to be upset. But she was chosen by your people. So who do you want to really be mad at? Do you want to be mad at the mayor for being a corrupt, evil, swindling piece of shit? Or do you want to be mad at the fact that the next time you guys get to pick a leader, you might not pick anyone better, because clearly the people that vote in your city are suffering from, at least a majority of them, some form of mental retardation? Is what I'm asking is Tiffany Henyard the problem? Is she the disease, or is she the symptom? That's what I ask. I think the disease might be you guys ate a shitload of paint chips and don't know how to read. The symptom is Tiffany Henyard being stupid.
Grip on the reins of Dalton is loosening. At last night's meeting, the Board of Trustees voted to freeze spending on village credit cards, limiting expenses to those approved by the board.
That was the main goal, to cut off her access and other operators in the municipality. I have to be careful choosing my words here.
They're saying that so the accusation there is that the mayor gives her cronies the city credit card and they get to go ape shit with it. Oh, what a dastardly, low down, ruthless vato, eh? But I like that, Holmes. I like that. I want her to get away with it. I want her to keep going. I want to see where this video game story ends. And I don't want it to end with, you know, the cold iron bars slamming shut in a prison somewhere. I want her to just ride this thing all the way into the ground.
I've never seen any municipality have so many credit cards out there. Orders of going out to eat is mind-boggling. The trips, the shopping, going to Target and spending $300, $500, $600,
Fuck.
you know, even dollar amounts. It seems very fishy, and it looks like gift cards were purchased.
Oh, okay. So she's buying gift cards and giving them to people to maintain their loyalty and just charging it to the taxpayer. Fuck, she is dirty, dude. She is so dirty. She's taking her pals out to eat. She's taking them on trips. She loves going to Vegas. She brings her cronies to Vegas. You are kind of a piece of shit if you turn on her, now that I think about it. If you turn state's evidence and you rat her out, you're kind of a bum because she is taking care of you, dude.
And board attorney Michael McGrath says that snapshot of just 5 or 6 months of spending was revealed in the last couple of weeks by Henyard's top aide, Keith Freeman, who's now cooperating with the board.
That motherfucker's cooperate. Dude, Keith Freeman is like a guy she took to Vegas. She paid him shitloads of overtime money. That Keith Freeman's a piece of shit. Fuck him, dude. Like, Tiffany Henyard is corrupt, absolutely. But this guy's a way bigger piece of shit. He took all the dinners, all the trips, everything else, and then flipped. Dude. That would be like me hoovering up all the schneef and then going, these guys are a big problem. You know, at least I had to lose some shit. At least I had to be treated like garbage. At least I had to be fucking gaslit, manipulated, and all that shit. I didn't sit there and suck up all the blow and then go, oh yeah, by the way. Basically what happened to me was I was called and they said, we suspect that you're a fucking dirty little birdie. And I went, you want me to come in and talk to you about all the dirty little birdie shit I did? Yes, we would. And they're like, thank you for your honesty. We appreciate that. And now stay the fuck away from these people and don't give us any fucking problems. I said, okie dokie. I said, okay, sir. But if I drop this TV, you got me on destruction of property too.
He pleaded not guilty to a federal bankruptcy charge and is considered by some trustees to be a potential whistleblower.
Is there a motion to terminate Keith Freeman?
Oh, I love, how is she not your favorite person who ever lived? She's fucking shameless, dude. So Keith Freeman goes, oh man, she's terrible. She's awful. Here's what she done did. And then Tiffany Henyard right after goes, can we get a motion to fire this piece of shit rat fuck motherfucker? Tiffany Henyard's the baddest.
To be a potential whistleblower.
Is there a motion to terminate Keith Freeman?
Henyard announced his termination last night, though the board insists Freeman...
Oh, she is cold as fuck. She fired his ass. She's the Vince McMahon of Dalton. You told everybody about our spending. You're fired. I want Keith Freeman to come out to Kingdom. Cody Rhodes' theme song.
Is still the village administrator. The mayor rarely talks to reporters, and she let the defense attorney she's retained do most of the talking with WGN News.
Yo, y'all hire my Jew. I put him on the city credit card.
He says Freeman put Henyard's safety at risk by removing her security detail.
Under the law, he's out when she says he's out.
How is he putting you at risk?
He just answered that.
Is it that there's speculation that prosecutors are putting pressure on him to cooperate with their investigation into you?
No, we're talking about the removal of security detail.
This isn't the first time Henyard's safety has taken center stage. The acting police chief, Louis Lacey, has implemented capacity limits and metal detectors in the board meeting room. And just last night, he made everyone walk back through those machines after the meeting had already started. The board placed him on paid administrative leave pending an investigation.
So she just fucking fires everybody. Or is he a Tiffany Henyard dude? Did the board fire his ass? Because, like, she's firing Keith Freeman. She's like, fuck him. He's done. Why? Because he's snitching on you for all the felonies you committed? No, he shrank my security detail. Well, her security detail were off-duty cops that they were paying overtime to. So she was wasting taxpayer money. That's why they canceled the security detail.
Paid administrative leave pending an investigation into his alleged mishandling of the department.
We requested that he turn in all village equipment by the end of today. And if he doesn't, we'll seek a court order to enforce the administrative leave.
But
they've asked us to inventory our shit, gentlemen. That means our balls are this close to the bandsaw. Okay, so is he the police chief who okayed all that overtime?
Deputy Chief.
That might be why they want him out of there. So the rot, the old rot runs deep there in Dalton. Coltrane says those Tahoes and Expeditions could be armored, which would bring up the price significantly. Good point. Anonymous says, Aaron, you are obviously not aware of Illinois politics. Everyone here is bought and paid for. That's true. Isn't like the last 5 out of your 6 governors in prison? Like Blagojevich and all those guys? And then Chicago's always been rotten. But I didn't know the rot went so deep that it would affect a place like Dalton. You know, if Tiffany Henyard can get away with all this, she's got a bright future as the mayor of Chicago. Imagine what she could squeeze out of that one. Hablo Pacheco says he's actually a worse piece of shit than you give him credit for. He's accused of R-word while he was in Las Vegas with Tiff. Oh, that's that guy. I forgot about that part. Yeah. Some woman said Keith Freeman R'd her while she was in Las Vegas, and he denies that. But yeah, now he's turning on her. Fuck him, dude. Fuck him. Like, Keith Freeman's a piece of shit. They shouldn't give him any kind of, what do you call that? Immunity. Because he's like I said, he's a dirty little birdie. Approachable says, LOL, you know yourself better than that. You're going to be nursing one hell of a hangover Sunday. There is a 0% chance you'll do anything productive before at least 11 a.m. Maybe you're right. You might have a point there. Chevy Fan says, Aaron, did you see the article about Tim Walz where it says he doesn't own anything, property stocks, etc.? We've got some Tim Walz stories today, mostly about the stolen valor shit, how he's kind of built a political career out of, I don't know how to say it other than exaggerating his record, exaggerating his military service. We got to talk about that. And then Jd Vance is talking a whole bunch of cash money shit on Tim Walz. It's getting interesting. It'll be a fun. What do we have? 3 months. It'll be an interesting 90 days here until the election. God, we've got like less than 30 days until the NFL season starts. When's week 1? Week 1 is September 3rd or September 10th. Vikings. Well, I guess it starts on Thursday. Saturday. I know that this Saturday, dude, I would have went to that preseason. If we didn't have, I picked a really busy weekend to have the anniversary show because like Brooks and Dunn is down in Welch, Minnesota, and I wanted to go see that. The Vikings are playing the Raiders at home. I would have loved to go see that. But we've got, Sunday, September 8th, we play the Giants. And then Sunday, September 15th is the home opener against the 49ers. I'm going to that one. I'll go to the home opener against the Niners. And I don't know, who are we going to have? Is it going to be McCarthy? Is it going to be Dalton or Dalton? Is it going to be Darnold? Probably. I think it's going to be Darnold week 1. Here's the thing though, like we got 3 preseason games. If McCarthy fucking crushes during those preseason games and Sam Darnold struggles, why not let the future start now if the kid shows he can handle it? See what he can do. Coyote NVs with $4.99 says, my golf stream lands in Minnesota at about 3 p.m. I don't know when our audience is joking. You really have you're really flying for the anniversary show here in a golf stream? God bless. Again, if you guys are coming to town today, and you get in touch with me, there's a chance I can sneak out today and have a beer with some people who are like, I think if fans are flying in, if they're taking the time and spending shitloads of money flying in or driving in, I can go grab a beer. Remember, we're going to start the party at Stoney's whenever you guys start coming out. The cornhole tournament's going to start at 3, but I'm going to get there at about 1:30. I'll be setting up. If you want to come out, we'll start drinking. Comedy show isn't until 8 o'clock. We got Whiskey Pete. We got Johnny. We've got me. We've got Matt. We've got the Aristococks. Oz, dude, I'm worried about getting Oz. You know? And the reason I'm worried about getting Oz is, and you know, I was talking to Derek from Midland Armory about this. And I don't think this is a secret because, you know, a few of the last few shows we've done, it's been a little tough to nail down Oz. Maybe I'll kind of use Pete. I'll kind of lean on Pete and be like, yo, Pete, can you make sure Oz gets there? Because your boy likes to drink. And your boy doesn't like to go anywhere once he starts drinking, which is good. You don't want someone getting a DUI. But I don't want Oz just sitting at home drinking on Saturday. I want him to come to the 10th anniversary party and fucking hang out with us. Because then we've got like pretty much all the original second mics outside of Adrian because Corey came later. Corey never answered me, by the way. I don't think Corey likes me. Nothing happened between us. Like, it was no big deal, but I just don't think Corey wants anything to do with me. Unfortunately. I don't know. We never had any kind of fight other than when he was like, you know, doing that shitty stuff on the show. But I don't know. I don't know what the deal with Corey is. Either he's really busy and just doesn't have time to get back to me, or he doesn't like me for some reason. I'm not sure. King Kong Dong says Corey hasn't streamed in 2 months. Okay, well then maybe he's legit just really busy. Bigot on Socialist Media says he could have replied at least, said he's too busy. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been what would have been nice is if he would have come up for the 10th anniversary show. That would have been really cool. Yeah, that's too bad. We were going to have Chillstrom too, and then Chillstrom let internet people bully him off of coming. He was like, I don't know if I want to be associated with. Dude, there's associated with what? We're fine. We're good. We're doing great. Like when we talk to, when we talk to our people in other industries, they go, we don't give a fuck about stupid gay internet stuff. Who gives a shit about that? We broadcast in the real world. Somebody says, I heard Corey is still in line for Kill Tony and his phone is dead. Hooters Girl says, maybe April went to him too. Nobody would believe her anyway because she's full of shit. Like she's a known liar. So I don't think that would have worked. Plus, Corey, I think, had some kind of issue. I don't think he had an issue per se with April, but he didn't I don't think he felt like she earned her spot and that he kind of got pushed out because she took such a prominent role. And he's not wrong. And was that a mistake on my part? Like, should I have let April keep working at Zurich and find another job on her own if she didn't like that job and just taking care of the guys I had? Yeah. Absolutely. That would have been a splendid idea. But alas, here we are. We recover. Rupert with $4.99 says Walz scandals don't matter. Well, this is interesting. Walz scandals don't matter. They have a media that's fully on board for Harris Walz. They won't have to answer a single hard question. Neither will she. Probably not. Probably not. Ablo Pacheco says Occam's razor, he's probably just busy. Okay. I think so too. Someone says, is SP going to be there Saturday? I don't want anybody that I'm involved with to be at these shows. I'll tell you why. Because people are gross. People don't behave themselves. People are nasty, disgusting people who want to secretly film and spy on people. And by the way, if there is any of that going on at the show, if people are wrecking people's good time by secretly, if we see you and you're secretly filming shit and try to kill, we'll just fucking bounce your ass. Just last year it didn't happen, but we did give that ultimatum. Come out, have a good time. This is a real world party. If you're going to be an internet fucking dork at our anniversary show, we'll just have big ass bikers throw your ass out. You're not welcome at our party. If you're there to celebrate 10 years of Steel Toe, that's fucking awesome. Let's take pictures. Let's do some fun shit. It's going to be great. If you're trying to be Logan, I'm going to try and talk to this. if you're like creeping on people and being weird, we're going to fucking toss you, because I got hundreds of people coming and all these people want to have a good time, and I'm going to show them a good time. And if they're good time, if they come to me and they're like, that person's creeping me the fuck out, and they're like trying to clandestinely film shit, I'm going to be like, hey, get the fuck out of here. I'm going to ask you nice one time. And then after that, I'm going to sick the Stonies crew on you, and they'll throw you out. You might just want to listen to me. We've got Mindy Lee says, I'm celebrating today is the day I finally sign the papers and get my ex's name off my house. One step closer to not having to deal with him anymore. Hey! I know that feeling. I've got my divorce papers upstairs. I still can't bear to put them away. I love them so much. I've got them sitting up on the counter still. Thank you very much, guys. 155. Holy shit, 155 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your contributions. Never mind. 150 away from today's goal. Hey, Tridio. Haven't seen Tridio in a while. He throws in $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, Corey would know about people not earning their spots. He was always unfunny and deserves less than he ever got. Also, when are you sending out my VIP? If you haven't gotten your VIP, yes, you do need to talk to me. Because I only have less than a handful. It looks like I have 3 VIP packages left to send out. I got to make a run to the post office. Tridio, I don't know if yours is in that pile, but if you don't see yours, I would say by Labor Day, something went terribly wrong and you need to contact me. And if you're in this area, I'll just fucking hand run it to you. Because nothing, I've sent a few out. They haven't come back. So they should be at their destination. Keep an eye out for me, buddy. Thank you, Tridio, for the $5. 150 away from today's goal. Appreciate it. Hulkamasha Baby says, I think Corey hated the drama shit and you played into it hard with April when she was having fun, then stopped when she wasn't. So I'm sure he felt like his opinion was irrelevant. That's fair. There's also, April, God, man, we made a mistake by having her on the show because she loved all that drama shit when people would say, the steel-toe chick is hot and this and that. And then any little bit of criticism on the internet, and she fell the fuck apart. And then she hated it, and then it was awful. And it's really hard to do a show. Like, it's really hard to put a show together when your wife/co-host is like, one day she loves this stuff and it's really fun. And then the next day she's like, this show has ruined my life and people are saying mean shit about me. It's like, okay, well, no matter what people say about me, I'm having fun doing this thing or I'm having fun doing this thing. Let me know. And like, you got to say, I accommodated her every step of the way. I would have been doing the dozens with Zumach until the day of the world stopped spinning. That was just fun for me. But the minute Zumach said, I'm going to fuck April, she's like, this is gross and disgusting, and I don't want to do this anymore, and I'm done with this shit. It's like, so you're going to be a fucking sugar cube? Like, we're going to have fun busting everybody's balls? She was the one who said, never stop making fun of this guy. And then the minute, like, she catches a little bit of shit, like, she never cared if I caught shit. And I don't care if I catch shit. But the minute she caught it, like, just that egotistical fucking, ugh. So glad to be free of that. Corey didn't have any of that. Corey didn't like being talked shit about, and he would fight with people, but like, he never let it like depress him or anything like that. King Kong Dong says, Cheetos will throw your ass in the stream next to the venue. Well, yeah, remember he punched Chad Zumach in the face. Does Stonies have pull tabs? I know they have e-tabs at the very least. I think they might have paper ones too. But yeah, they have e-tabs. Vidam says you betrayed Corey by paying and keeping April and pushing Corey out. Corey is probably mad how you took April's side with the Onion chat drama. Yeah, I mean, that's totally possible, and he wouldn't be wrong to feel that way. I mean, it's obvious he'd be allowed to feel like that. Anonymous says, I wonder how she's dealing with the internet shit now, right? Oof. I didn't get you charged with felonies. That would be your boyfriend there, side piece. he's the one who fucking he knew everything. Oh yeah, you can stay with us. You can still stay here, blah blah blah. And the county's like, fine, bitch, you're getting charged with felony drug possession. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Those two deserve each other, boy. Whew. King Kong Dong says April planted the get rid of Corey seed. I can't blame her for that. I don't remember, but I can't. And wedged you and Adrian. That's true. She was the problem. She claims Adrian was trying to rub his dick on her at Raleigh's and that he was being sexually creepy, which I never saw myself. I took April's word for it, but Adrian sent the cease and desist, so obviously he was willing to fight that fucking assertion, and then all the other shit she's lied about, like drugs and all that stuff, and the shit she lied about with her ex-boyfriend, with that Devin guy. And then she said the same shit about me after we were done. There's a pattern there. There's a pattern of behavior that I probably fell for a little bit. Corey could tell Aaron he's angry. I don't know if Corey's angry with me. McBuster says, like Kiki, April can't handle getting back what she dishes out. Oh, that's for sure. Absolutely. VIPs and mods are the only ones allowed to record. I didn't say that. Sam Show says, side piece, no, it's our fleshlight. Oh, is that what they're calling her on the farms? They call her like horrible shit on the farms. I look at Kiwi Farms and I'm like, Jesus Christ, you guys, fucking hell. You talk about, like, they'll bust my balls on there and say I suck and I'm a retard, and that's fine. Like, that's mild for them. But, like, to say they have no respect for her is an understatement. I mean, they fucking spit on her. It's rough. $1 from Coltrane says VIPs and mods are the only ones who can film at the show, so keep in mind that if you wanted to do a VIP payment, oh yeah, you want to throw in $250, become a steel toe VIP. We got the new merch site launching at the end of September. We're gonna be giving away some shit to the old VIPs. McBuster says giving cocaine to your child in lieu of pharmaceuticals to treat a behavioral issue caused by being raised in a polycule drug den, that was an accident. To quote Tiffany Henyard, prove it. Yeah, Nick's kind of the Tiffany Henyard of Minnesota. Labglass says, I want Aaron to call Corey and ask him like a white girl, are you mad at me? Dive Bar says, technically he would have been rubbing his pants on her. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we're going through the technicalities of it, yeah, I guess you're right. It would be the pants. Yes, $150 away from today's goal, and it's not even 8 o'clock yet, you guys. Thank you so much for your generosity. Keep it going. Throw us your 10-year anniversary gifts if you'd like to here on our last YouTube day for the show. Let's go ahead and check out this J.D. Vance stuff. J.D. Vance was kind of a badass yesterday. He was talking shit about Tim Walz. He was talking shit about Kamala Harris. He was getting after it. That's for sure. J.D. Vance was definitely, a lot of times, and I know Trump doesn't need an attack dog, but a lot of times people will use their vice presidential candidate, the vice presidential candidate, as like their pit bull, as like the attack guy. Now, Trump doesn't really need one because he is his own attack man, but J.D. Vance is doing a pretty good job of that. He's being a bit of a shit stirrer. Let's go to one more text here, then we'll play our J.D. Vance stuff. I would apologize to Corey. He probably feels betrayed because of the April shit, and Adrian too. Adrian and I have both said our sorries. We've both said our apologies. I don't know if we're going to be like best buds or anything like that. But as far as like apologies and stuff like that, we have done that. Cheetos, send me a text, buddy, and let me know what happened with the little issue, the minor issue that we seem to be having. What happened? There we go. There we go. All right. We hit a little snag for Saturday. It's not a big one. It's not going to make any difference, but just got to do a little housekeeping issues. Silver Wolf with $5. says, statistics show small white girl accusing black guy of shit doesn't end well. Don't blame Adrian at all. It's a fair point. Fair point. 145 away from today. Dive Bar says, damn, the YouTube chatters seem to throw a lot of shit that don't be true. You gotta worry. Those YouTube chatters, though, they're seething. They've been seething about Steel Toe for a while now. Because for about a year and a half now, they've wanted us to die. And here we are getting ready for our sold out fucking 10-year anniversary party. They just aren't as big and bad and strong and tough as they thought they were. They kind of became ineffectual and they've kind of made a joke of themselves. And you got to let people, they got to kind of mourn that their own way. So I just give them the leeway they need to throw their tantrum. My favorite part is they think I'm seeing it. That's the best part is they're like, I'm going to write terrible shit about Aaron. It's like, Aaron isn't seeing it. I don't care. If you ever wanted to prove me more right, it's that the YouTube chat shit is so for them to seethe and it's not for me at all. Like it's something inside of themselves. Chevy fan says a small issue. The Star Tribune said Stoney's was destroyed in a tornado. No, that's not. P. Robbo with $2 says, tell us why you got the sack from radio. Oh, my God, dude, I've told that story a million times. I think I even told that story this morning, didn't I? Because it came up at one of the meetings I was at this week. Yeah, no, if you want to find that story, Jesus Christ, it's only in 9,000 different places. Let's go to our JD Vance stuff we've got today. This was a very expert troll move, and this is kind of supposed to be what your vice presidential candidate does. Air Force 2, which is the vice president's plane, which, by the way, is too nice. Like, Air Force 1 is, a decked out, super private jet for the president. But, like, even Air Force 2 is a little too nice. I feel like Air Force 2 should be like a G5 or a G6, just kind of like or maybe like a Lear jet. I don't think it needs to be this big bad motherfucker. It's only the vice president. But apparently Kamala Harris went out to the tarmac to get on her plane, and she got on the plane and then fucked off and didn't talk to any of the media. Oh, no. Shit. Okay. Food truck texted last night at 10 saying they have 4 employees out sick. Called the one from last year and they tried but couldn't make it happen. I thought we were booking the one from last year. I thought we were just getting them again. Oh, so it was a different food truck. 4 employees sick. That fucking eats ass, dude. We'll find one. We had the same problem last year. We had to find a food truck. Like with, I think this same amount of, I think it was like 48 hours away and we had to find a new one and we found a killer fucking food truck. I thought we were going to have those guys again this year. We'll get another one. You know how many goddamn food trucks there are in Minnesota in the summertime? Jesus Christ. If not, I've got some other ideas too. So Kamala Harris decides that she's not going to talk to the media to get on Air Force 2. So J.D. Vance decides, you know what? Fuck it. I'll come talk to you guys. What's up? What's good? Look at this smug motherfucker. I love him. Kamala Harris runs away from the press. J.D. Vance goes, all right, I'll come up to Air Force 2 and talk to the press. What? I just wanted to talk to the VP. This is going to be, doesn't he say something in this interview like this is going to be my plane soon anyway? What a ballsy little dickhead.
I figured I'd come by and one, just get a good look at the plane. Hopefully it's going to be my plane in a few months. But
what a little shitbag. It's going to be my plane in a few months. I thought I'd come get a look at it. Yeah, Cheeto says I'm just going to book them right away for next year. Yeah, those guys were great. Those guys were really good. I don't know. You can see what ODB's doing. There's a bunch of food trucks. We'll find one.
I also thought you guys might get lonely because the vice president doesn't answer questions from reporters and hasn't for 17 days. Have they given you guys an explanation for why she won't take questions from reporters? No? Nobody?
Oh, check this out. Wow, I just got a text from Cheetos. April said she was going to book the food truck for the anniversary show. Like back in January, February, March. To give you an idea of how deep into the snow she got and how little she gave a fuck about doing her job, I just got a text from Cheetos. I did not know about this. They said they tried contacting April a few months ago. God, that really pisses me off. That really pisses me off. So while she was still working for this fucking company, people were trying to contact her to like, hey, you know, which, by the way, was April's fucking job, was to handle shit like that, because that's the shit I'm bad at. 50 grand a year, and you don't have to do jack shit. Book a fucking food truck. Literally, all she would have had to do is, yeah, we're good. August 10th. That's literally the first time I'm hearing about it, that last year's food truck tried to contact us. That's the first I'm hearing about it. And they contacted her, and she was too busy fucking wrecking her nose and her fucking brain in that bathroom to fucking book a food truck. Wow, that's just like, that goes beyond mean. That's just like, that's a level of shittiness and not giving a fuck about anyone but yourself beyond like normal selfish people. I tell you, man, desiring those drugs and needing those drugs, that will fuck it. It totally warps a person. You don't live in the same reality anymore. It's crazy town.
Okay, great. Well, I hope that she changes her mind, because it'd be good for the American people, and I think it'd be good for you all if she actually ran a real campaign instead of one from a basement with a teleprompter. So have a good one, guys. See ya.
God, I love that. I love that he's just going mega troll on the whole thing. So she apparently just got right onto the plane, didn't go talk to the press, anything. So J.D. Vance finds out, he's like, fuck it, I'll go there. That'd be funny if he just followed Kamala Harris everywhere and just kind of trolled her out. Like he was the Alex Stein of vice presidential candidates. He's like, I just thought I'd come get a look at my plane. It's going to be mine in a few months. Thought I'd come talk to you guys too. You must be lonely, seeing as she fucking hides in her basement and only reads from teleprompters. I like the guy. He's a smug little cocksucker. That's all right.
What would you like to hear from her? I'd love her to answer your questions. I'd love her to just answer what she wants to do and also explain why every single position she has changed. She pretends to be a prosecutor, yet she pretends to be a tough-on-crime prosecutor, and yet here she is wanting to defund the police. She's the border czar, yet she's opened up the American southern border. This is a person who has to answer the questions from the media, and it's disgraceful that she runs for you guys. It's also insulting to the American people. But anyway, we're going to go do our event. I appreciate you guys being here. I wish she paid you some more attention. See ya.
You should buy him some cheeseburgers. That's the move. Buy the press some cheeseburgers when you go out there and they're getting ignored by Kamala Harris. They'll like you then. I was in the media. We love free food. That's our jam. You get us some free food, we are happy. Coltrane with $1 says, my cousin owns a smoked meats truck. Really good. Contact him. Cheetos is handling that, Coltrane. So if you could go get a hold of Cheetos, I'm sure he would love to hear from you about that. Los Tejas Synthesizer says, wait, you didn't go back and recheck all the junkies' work after they left? Well, it's all in their like social media accounts in their phone and shit. So Vidam says April should have been fired. She was a bad employee. Iron Felix says, oh, Jesus, dude, that's a little far. That's a little extreme, brother. Calm the fuck down, dude. McBuster says, you waited months to confirm and are not going to, and are not blame not having a food truck on April. No, I'm not blaming her because I didn't know until today. Cheetos had one set up and ready to go. Thank God he realized that she wouldn't be dependable. And, you know, 4 employees fucking get the flu or whatever that week. I mean, not much you can do. Bigot on socialist media says a few months ago you were still talking with her. She could have said, I don't work there. Contact Aaron. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of her job. But no, we had it booked. Like we had the food. I was in contact with Cheetos and he's like, we got the food truck. We're good. Like, So we were fine there. Coltrane says, I'll see if I can ask my cousin today quick. It could be too last minute. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Who knows? Oh, this Iron Felix guy is triggered as fuck. Some of these people, they come in and they're just like, la, 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 la. And they're like, I'm dunking on you. It's like, you're largely being ignored, but okay, buddy. It's just kind of it's the pat on the head thing. It's like, we understand this is more for you than it is for me, so you're okay. Iron Felix, just make sure you get all those feels out, you know? All those things I make you feel, all those emotions I make you go through, just make sure you get them all out. It's unhealthy to hold on to all that shit, buddy, okay? Jd Vance is going after Tim Walz, too. Now, this is the matchup that I'm really interested in. Tim Walz versus Jd Vance. Coltrane, could you DM me somewhere? Cheetos wants your contact info. So I'll send you Cheeto's number, and you can contact him if you just DM me somewhere. I'd appreciate that. So Jd Vance, who is a Marine veteran, went after Tim Walz yesterday for being, I mean, you can kind of say fake veteran. The allegation against Tim Walz is basically that he was a guardsman, and then when it was time to be called up and go serve, he dropped out of the guard before they could be called up. That's what Tim Walz critics say about him. And it's tricky because Tim Walz likes to talk about his military service. Tim Walz likes to talk about how he was a military guy. But at the same time, he kind of got the fuck out while the getting was good. Jd Vance is not running from this at all. He's attacking Tim Walz straight ahead on it. And, you know, really, why shouldn't he? I mean, he's got nothing to lose. He's a veteran. He's a Marine. It's not like Tim Walz is going to be able to, like, outmaneuver him on this one. Let's take a listen.
Really bothers me about Tim Walz as a Marine who served his country in uniform. When the United States Marine Corps, when the United States of America asked me to go to Iraq to serve my country, I did it. I did what they asked me to do it, and I did it honorably, and I'm very proud of that service. When Tim Walz was asked by his country to go to Iraq, you know what he did? He dropped out of the Army and allowed his unit to go without him, a fact that he's been criticized for aggressively by a lot of the people that he served with. I think it's shameful to prepare your unit to go to Iraq, to make a promise that you're going to follow through, and then to drop out right before you actually have. What really bothers?
Yeah, I mean, that is a shitheel move. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being afraid of going to war. There's nothing wrong. Like, I'm afraid to go to war. Like, I wouldn't want to go. But then again, I wouldn't get my troops ready and do my service and then just before it's time to leave, duck the fuck out. Like, that's a shitbag move. So this whole idea that, like, being scared is fine. Being afraid to go to Iraq is fine. But don't try to straddle the line and then bail at the last minute. Brittany Boo says, good morning from Las Vegas. Oh, well, hello, Brittany Boo. I believe I saw you the last time we were in Las Vegas for the Vikings game. I think you were there. Dive Bar says, yeah, since you earned that title when you graduate boot camp. Does Jd Vance have something to do with Rumble? I don't think so. I know Dan Bongino is involved with Rumble, but I don't think Jd Vance. Cubertimo does say, put on some more eyeliner, you pencil-dicked gay F-word Vance. People have been saying that about him, that he's an eyeliner guy. I don't know. It is gay to put eyeliner on, yet at the same time, all right, look, I'm going to say this once, and then you guys have to promise you'll never clip it. You'll never use it against me again. It is totally gay to wear eyeliner, 100%. It does sometimes make our eyes pop. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not defending it. I'm not saying you should do it. It's totally Mo. It's gay as fuck. Don't wear eyeliner if you're a dude. However, it does accentuate our eyes quite a bit. But you look like a fruitcake. So I'm just trying to be as honest as I can. You look like a fugu, but your eyes pop really nice. That's all. Dickhead says, maybe Tim Walz left the army under the disability of libtardation. I thought he said retardation. Cubertimo says, put on some, I'm sorry, he's talking shit about Vance. I just read that one. Ablo Pacheco says, being afraid is one thing. Walz, however, resigned to avoid deployment. Fuck that coward. Well, yeah, because he was scared. Bigot on socialist media says, if my country went to war, I'd rather sit in prison than be forced to fight. My government full of Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. Somebody says, remember, National Guard, we are just a bunch of 19-year-old cooks. Oh, yeah, isn't that what he said? Yeah, he said some shit about being in the Guard and, like, when he was addressing the criticism for it. Chevy fan says, Aaron in Iraq. Only 30 more minutes of cover fire until we can hit that goal, boys. Cubertimo says, I only wear eyeliner in the gay bar, but I'm not a fan. Redman says, kind of funny to call him out for eyeliner when the opposition is all in on that kind of stuff. Yeah, what if that's part of his gender expression? Don't you have to respect that? Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, y'all just mad because he got all the shine of serving with none of the risk. Keep hating on his smarts. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Guys, we are 145 away from today's goal. You guys are, what can I say? You're fucking killing it. Let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock. Fuck it. Let's knock the whole thing out. You guys have been throwing 10th anniversary gifts at us all morning. I appreciate it. Keep them coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. It's only 145 and we can call this thing another win for the toe pretty soon. So now we have a veteran. I guess, I don't know if he was in Governor Walz's unit or if he served with Governor Walz in the National Guard. But this is a story from a couple of years ago, kind of explaining the situation. This was during the last gubernatorial campaign in 2022 when he ran against Scott. I already forgot the fucking guy's name. That's how memorable he was. But this is him. This is a fellow veteran speaking out about Tim Walz's military experience. Ooh, we've got dramatic music.
The public needs to know how pathetic his leadership was as a National Guardsman.
On a 150-year-old farm in Brewster, Tom Behrens hopes his tell it like it is style will finally get the attention he believes it deserves in Minnesota.
By the way, Brewster, Minnesota, if you don't know, is a town of like a few hundred people. And I, not to brag, have been there. I have been there. I was at my cousin's wedding in Brewster, Minnesota. Closest I ever got to hooking up with a black girl, actually, was Brewster, Minnesota. I sat and, yeah, we hung out at the wedding, and then we left the venue for a little while. We went for a little walk. We went on a little ride. We had some fun, but I didn't make a move. So that's the closest I ever got. You know, people say, Aaron, you're racist. You've never been with it. That was as close as I ever got. Beautiful girl, though. Her name was Megan, I think. She's really fucking cute. Really cute. But that was as close as I ever got. We did a little flirting, a little laughing, a little walking, a little. I was like 7. I wasn't old enough to drink yet. 17, not 7. 18, somewhere around there. I had a girlfriend at the time. But, you know, that's never seemed to stop me in the past, I suppose.
Minnesota's race for governor. In a way, he's back again to wage a public war of words against Tim Walz.
He abandoned us. You know, I mean, what the hell kind of leader does that? I mean, he just.
Oh, he was. Oh, so he was like in the National Guard unit. Oh, shit.
The shots were fired in Iraq. He turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit.
We'll get to Barron's new message for voters in a moment. But this all starts years earlier when Barron says Walz's misleading statements about his military service first led him to come forward in the fall of 2018.
So you try to get this message out, but Minnesota's largest newspaper checks it out, says it's 100% true, but yet refuses to print.
When I hung the phone up, I said, what the hell is this, North Korea?
Back in
This is, guy, you know what? I don't know if you guys have guys like this where you live, but every Minnesotan knows this guy. This guy is, he's pretty, this is a true blue Minnesotan, that's for sure.
2005, a warning order went out to the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery to mobilize for a mission to Iraq. At the time, Walz served as the unit's highest non-commissioned officer, but months later, Walz would retire from the Guard, avoid the deployment, and run for Congress.
What a giant piece of shit. So he got advanced warning that they were going to Iraq, and he went, it seems like a good time for me to retire and run for office. He had to run for office. He ran for Congress so he wouldn't have to serve his country in Iraq. What a chicken shit. So he wanted to go be the guy to vote to send other people's kids off to war rather than be the brave soldier who went off to war. And he ran for Congress just so he could go, oh man, I know I'm running away from military service right now, and that's a really bad look. But if I run for Congress, I can say I was trying to serve my country in other ways.
Tom Behrens was next in line for the position and was asked to take his place.
I was like, well, for Pete's sake, if this guy quit, and if I say I'm not going to do it, I mean, what the hell kind of leadership is that? If a company would say that we're going to deploy to Iraq or somewhere and you're going to be gone for whatever amount of time, and then the foreman just says, no, I'm not going. I mean, what does that say to the 500 people that work in that factory?
That he's a cowardly chicken shit asshole piece of shit who's not fit to be vice president of the United States. Get him, boys. Get him. This guy, guys, I am so excited for you guys to learn all about Tim Walz, the guy who allowed Minneapolis to burn down, the chicken shit, like basically the 2000s version of a draft dodger. He's worse than a draft dodger because he was in the Guard, and then when it was time for him to do his duty, he backed the fuck out.
Behrens would go on to serve in Iraq on a nearly 2-year deployment as a command sergeant major. All while Walz began using that title as a congressman. Behrens says
so he not only chicken shit and Costanza'd his way out of serving in Iraq, but he also used his master sergeant fucking rank as like part of his, hey, I'm an American, I'm a military guy. You can vote for me because I'm a patriot. You dick.
Contacted Walz with his concerns, sending these letters to Washington. They all went unanswered.
But then we fast forward to the election in 2018 in Minnesota, and you try at that time to get people's attention with this story and also with what seems to be a very misleading statement that he continued to make about his service.
It kind of just sat there, when he was a congressman, he bragged that he was a command sergeant, retired command sergeant major. I'm the highest ranking person ever in the House, and all this lie that he was telling. The state of Minnesota came out after 2018, after this was exposed, and they said, well, he can say that he served as a command sergeant major, but he can't say he's a retired one because he's not.
And that's what he was saying.
And he was saying that, and there was lots of lots of cards coming in the mail, for him to be elected. They said right on.
Yeah, this is the guy who had to take over command and go to Iraq because Tim Walz chicken shitted out of it. So he's got a vested interest in calling this guy out for being the hunk of shit that he is.
He's a retired command sergeant major, just tooting his own horn, just hanging on the coattails of people that actually are command sergeant majors that went through all the process and put all the time in.
A spokesperson for the Minnesota National Guard said Walz wasn't able to retire as a command sergeant major since he failed to complete coursework and requirements related to the rank. Verified documents show the Army corrected his service record. Walz was reduced in rank to an E8 Master Sergeant after retirement. And his
so he's a retired E8 Master Sergeant, not a Command Sergeant Major. Because he didn't complete all his work of becoming a Command Sergeant Major. I'm sure some of that work is when you're called to serve, you don't quit like a bitch. So they sent him back down after he retired. Good for them.
His conditional promotion. Alpha News again asked Governor Walz if he's using the Command Sergeant Major rank on his campaign website for political gain this year.
He is.
A spokesperson said this has been in the news before and pointed us to a past story where Walz said, quote, normally this type of partisan political attack only comes from one who's never worn a uniform.
Oh, you fucking shitbag. You dickhead. Oh, this is a smear campaign. No, this is the truth. It was time to go, and you tucked tail and got the fuck out of there. You made like a tree and got out of there. said, oh, they say you're sending your boys to Iraq. Why don't you make like a tree and get the fuck out of here?
It's stolen valor is really what it is.
What did Ricky say? Why don't you make like a tree and fuck off? I think is what Ricky from Trailer Park Boy says. Hey, why don't you make like a tree and fuck off?
I don't know of anybody else that's done what he's done, but we called it The Truth About Tim Walz.
In 2018, Behrens gave the story the full court press.
We, retired command sergeant majors of the Minnesota National Guard, feel it is our duty and responsibility to bring forth the truth as we know it concerning his service record. I put together information on it and I sent it out to every single radio station and newspaper and TV station I could in the state. The bottom line in all of this is gut-wrenching and sad to explain. When the nation called, he quit.
Twin Cities TV stations and the Star Tribune were silent even after.
What? You mean the mainstream media covered up a Democrat's desertion because maybe they had a vested interest in him winning the election? Get the hell out of town. I don't believe it. This guy's a crazy right-wing kook. This is a conspiracy theory, right?
Barron says the newspaper checked it all out. The Star Tribune endorsed Walz in 2018 for governor. Between lockdown...
Oh, hey, is that... Wait, oh, so that this must be the video of Fallujah then, right? That must be what this is from. Because they're talking about Walz's record and like Iraq and all that. This must be a war zone from like a bombing in Iraq, I'm guessing, right? Well, I guess, you know what, if I watch the rest of the story, I'll find out. This must be Fallujah on fire.
Between lockdowns, riots, unchecked crime, and a charred police precinct, Behrens felt he had no choice.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's the city of Minneapolis that's on fire in the background as though it was just leveled by incendiary bombs like it was Tokyo in 1945? Oh, because like all I see here as far as the eye can see is lights and fire. I mean, so you're saying that's Minneapolis, Minnesota. Well, wow. I mean, when did this happen? 2020? Didn't they have some kind of leader or governor who could have, restored law and order? Oh, it was Tim Walz. Boy, I tell you, this guy really, when the going gets tough, this guy ski fucking daddles, doesn't he? He gets out of it. He's made a career out of it. So when things get bad, he just shrinks from the scene.
Choice, but again, to come forward.
Allowing that to be burned down was just like having the Alamo get burned down. It's like, no, you defend that to the last man. If he would...
Talking about the AutoZone or the police precinct? Because I hold more value in the AutoZone, personally.
If he went to Iraq, he'd still be hiding under his desk over there. Because that's just the cowardice that I seen portrayed with him.
So how about when he also comes out and he calls you guys 19-year-old cooks?
I'd take
Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. He belittled the National Guard because I think they were talking about, putting the Guard out there to restore order during the George Floyd riots. Because Jacob Frey, the fucking mayor of Minneapolis who took all this shit unfairly, and look, I'm not a big Jacob Frey guy, but Jacob Frey did ask the governor, like, hey, can you send the Guard down here? The city's burning down. Jacob Frey actually wanted to defend the 3rd precinct. He said, send the Guard down here. Let's restore order. And Tim Walz told Jacob Frey, oh, what are we going to do? Send a bunch of 19-year-old cooks out there? You got to remember, these are people who have been serving in Iraq and Afghanistan and shit. This guy's just a cunt. Like, Tim Walz, you guys are going to learn about this. We've known it in Minnesota for years now. This guy's just a cunt. He's a smarmy little dickhead. He's an arrogant little fuck. And he's awful. And you guys are you'll be sick of him soon enough.
Any 19-year-old cook before I'd go to war with him. I don't know how he could even utter such a statement. I mean, it's just absolutely sad.
So this election year, it's all built up again to Barron's new grain bin message.
He called Jacob Frey an abject failure. So I was like, that's what he is.
Walz is a traitor, also made a return.
And the last one I put together, he said it himself too, as well. If they don't like my job, they can vote me out. So I wrote, vote him out. We need to vote him out.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that live in Minneapolis and Duluth and Rochester, and they'll keep the dipshits in office because they get free shit from them. Works out nice. Grand Poobah with $2 says, remember the AutoZone. Yes, that's our rallying cry. In Minnesota, we just go, remember the AutoZone. Los Federales with $2 says, I call BS. You were just recruiting slaves. I don't have any slaves. It doesn't, I don't. I swear it. I promise. Mussolini Diff with $5 says, allegedly, according to Kai Cenat, the Secret Service contacted him to do a stream with Kamala, and Kai Cenat turned it down. Yeah, I heard about that too. I think that's true. I think they did want Kamala to go on because Trump did the Aiden Ross thing. So now they want to be hip too, and they want to talk to a streamer. I'll do it. You can go on Steel Toe. Coltrane with $1 says his rank was conditional and stripped a bit after he left because he didn't fulfill his portion of the agreement. Yeah, like serving. Rust Belt with $5 says, is it Duck Duck Goose or Duck Duck out of deployment? I believe it's Duck Duck out of employment or deployment when it's Tim Walz. Rust Belt. But that's a fair question. We do need to know what the game is called. Ablo Pacheco says the TV stations were silent. Well, you don't say. I know. I can't believe it. Stop Big Trune calling it Vato Zone. Hey. Fauci's Pangolin says Walz's daughter was at the riot telling people the guard wasn't coming to protect the Popo station. Yeah, because he called them, what did he call them? 19-year-old cooks. What a cunt. SC Motorsports says, still waiting for my $17 billion surplus check. Any day now. Just, stand by the mailbox. You'll be fine. 1:35 away from overtime today. If you guys want to throw in a little something for the anniversary for the 10 years, when the clock strikes, we started at 5:30 back in the day. 5:30 a.m. tomorrow is 10 years since the first Steel Toe morning. Oh, no, we went 5 to 9 back then. So at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning, it's 10 years since the first Steel Toe morning show on 101. And then, of course, Saturday is the anniversary party, which we're all very excited for. So $135 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, all the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships, PayPal, whatever you want to do. 135. We got, 4 streams going right now. Over 1,000 of you checking out the show. Thank you so much. Like, subscribe. I think we do about Brenny numbers now. Maybe even better. Does Brenny have 1,000 people watch him at a time now? We've kind of held tight to that number for a few months now. So thank you guys very much for the growth of this program. Like, subscribe, all that fun stuff. All right, you know what? We've been unfair. We've let Jd Vance talk. We've let Alpha News talk. Let's let Tim Walz speak. I mean, he has a right to defend himself, doesn't he? Let's see what Tim Walz had to say. Tim Walz was on Joy Reid's show, who, just national treasure doesn't begin to say it when it comes to Joy Reid. But they had Tim Walz on there, and he was talking about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is a really important issue for a lot of us Americans, and Tim Walz wanted to discuss it. Let's take a listen.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy.
Really? Did you hear that? There's no free speech on misinformation. And what was the other one? Misinformation and what?
Speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially...
Or hate speech, especially when it comes to our democracy. I have terrible news for Tim Walz. Now, I don't expect him to understand our freedoms because it's not like he'd ever fight for them. But I have bad news for you, Tim. I don't know if you just overread the new progressive playbook, but freedom of speech does not exist to protect true statements or easy statements like the sky is blue or that girl's tits are pretty. That's not what free speech is for. Free speech is for truly heinous, terrible shit. The government can't stop you from saying really bad stuff about them, about anyone else. They can't stop you. Free speech is actually meant to protect hate speech. You don't need free speech to say I love you. It's not necessary. Nobody freaks out at that. Free speech is there to defend people's right to be wrong. So yes, it does protect misinformation. Free speech protects your right to be incorrect. It protects your right to be harsh. It protects your right to be critical, to be mean. Yes, even to be racist or sexist or anything else. That's exactly what free speech protects, Tim. And I don't know if he knows that and he's just doing this to pursue an agenda, or if these politicians who believe this shit really are that fucked up and lacking knowledge on what our country is at its core. Because I hear a guy like Tim Walz say shit like this, and it kind of scares me. And then I get to the point where I go, well, I hope he's just being cynical and he's doing this to trick retards. Because to me, it's almost worse if he actually believes this stuff. Like there's no, play the quote one more time. What was it? There's no protection for free speech.
I think we need to push back on this. There's no guarantee to free speech on misinformation or hate speech, and especially around our democracy. I think we need to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude, but you're just wrong. Freedom of speech does protect hate speech. Freedom of speech does protect misinformation. Freedom of speech does protect criticizing our democracy. That's why free speech exists for unpopular shit. You don't need free speech for the easy shit that everyone agrees with. King Kong Dong says that's the entire reason we have free speech, to protect us, to say I fucking hate the left. Ablo Pacheco says the First Amendment protects free speech, especially the speech that you hate. Citation unavailable, 7th Circuit, 2018. I believe you. Dive Bar says if he's claiming Sergeant Major status in order to advance his career, he's not a Surgeon Major. Yeah, stolen valor. Bone Cold says he never finished the Sergeant Major Academy, so therefore he wasn't a Sergeant Major. He got out as a Master Sergeant. Somebody says Walz literally used free speech to call the National Guard a bunch of 19-year-old cooks. Yep. You guys are going to learn, man. I'm really excited about all this. All of us who are from Minnesota, we're very interested to watch you guys get to know Tim Walz and see what you think of him. Because the rest of us, because he comes off as like, aw shucks Midwestern guy, but then you start reading between the lines and you start really listening to what he's saying, and you're like, oh, this guy's a cunt. Like, this guy's a real fucking manipulative, arrogant little shithead, this Tim Walz. Fauci's Pangolin says if freedom of speech didn't protect misinformation, Democrats would be getting ticketed every day. Yeah, you guys are the ones who think that people with a dick can be a woman, and you're going to say that misinformation isn't protected by free speech? You guys are the living embodiment that misinformation is protected by free speech. You guys get to call a guy with a dick she. And if anyone, not only are you allowed to, but if anyone criticizes you for it, you can basically have them locked up. So I don't know what the hell you're bitching about. Terry Kilroy says, you think they will call Josh Shapiro up? No, I read a story yesterday that Josh Shapiro answered some question about like abortion or something like that, or had some statement when he was Attorney General that they thought would be a problem for him in the campaign. So yeah, no, they're sticking with Tim Walz because like far lefty liberals will absolutely love Tim Walz. It's just that far left liberals are so extreme now that not a lot of people can relate to him. Atomic Ray says free speech allowed Randy Newman to be an assimilated Jew. Stop it with the duct tape. No, I don't think they're going to get rid of Walz or anything like that. I don't want him to either. I want the rest of the country to get to know Tim Walz, and I'm excited to hear their opinion. You know when you have like what do you call it? You know when you have like a movie or a song or something that you really, really like and you want to show it to someone, and you like you try not to watch them too much, but you want to see if they like it. That's how I feel. The opposite though. Like I hate Tim Walz so much and I think he's such a scumbag, and I want to be right about that. And so I want to watch the rest of the country, and I kind of want to look over at him while Tim Walz says and does shit. And I want to look at him. I go, do you hate him? Do you think he's a piece of shit? Do you? Really? Yeah, so do I. Yeah. No, I've known he's a piece of shit for like a decade now. Yeah. You think he's a dork? Cool. That's awesome. The ones on Reddit fawning over Walz is hilarious. Are they really? Are they big on Walz? Oh. Warlock 18-Wheeler says Walz let the candy store open during the pandemic because they were essential because they sold apples. Oh, yeah, if you guys don't know that story yet. So during COVID, Tim Walz was like a Gavin Newsom, Cuomo wannabe. Andrew Cuomo, that is. Not Chris Cuomo. He had a different kind of behavior. But he wanted to be just like those guys, so he shut everything down, and he was a little pussy, and anytime there was a little spike in cases, everything got shut down again. Well, he let a candy store in Jordan, Minnesota stay open. It's called the world's largest candy store. And he let it stay open when he was closing down every other like ice cream shop or anything like that. Wouldn't let people go in, wouldn't let people buy their products, but he let the candy store stay open. Now, I've been to this candy store. It's hard to walk in there. It gets really full of people. People are really close. You can share all kinds of intimate diseases with each other. So he let that open. And the rationale was, well, they sell apples, so it's essential. The real reason they got to stay open is because the guy who owns the store is a longtime friend of Tim Walz and had given a shitload of money to his campaign. So he did him a solid and let him keep the tourist trap open. He's just an asshole. And then he tries to play this holier-than-thou, like, good guy. And he's such a rat fuck piece of shit. Chucky B with $4.99. Thank you, Chucky. He says, when Walz quit, isn't that a dishonorable discharge? No, because he was eligible for retirement. He just quit on his troops. That's all. It was a shitty move. Jay Warren with $5 says, Aaron, would you support deporting non-Europeans? No. But I was thinking about this morning on my way to go get sandwiches. And I really don't know if I should share this because I think it's going to come out wrong. By the way, 125 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys for that quick $10 that just came in. 125 is the number. Go ahead and hit that PayPal and that Venmo. We're just about there. And knock out the rest of today's goal, and we'll call it another week for the toe. Thank you guys for all of your anniversary gifts and everything else. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rats, Rants, Super Chat, or Rumble Rats, Super Chats, etc. 125, we're almost there. Thank you very much. But I was listening to Shane and Matt's Secret Podcast. I was listening to a clip on YouTube. And they were Matt was talking about how he went to an all-black Walmart. And he was the only white guy there. And he was talking about feeling uncomfortable being the only white guy there. And as he was talking about it, I was playing with an idea in my head. You know, you'll have like thought exercises. It's not necessarily what you believe, but you'll think about it. I thought to myself, and I'm like, I thought about big cities. And as I thought about like large cities and like some of the problems we have, I got to thinking, like even a town the size of St. Cloud, like 75 to 80,000 people, it still made me think. I was like, are humans best designed to live in small villages of people that look like them? And as soon as I thought it, I went, oh my God, that sounds like a white supremacist thing. And that's not what I'm saying. I was listening to Matt talk about how when he went to this black Walmart, he felt uncomfortable and he couldn't explain it. It was all black people and he was the only white person. And he went, psychologically, I wonder what that is, he said, because it was just an instinct that I had. And I thought, well, maybe that's because we're not built for big cities. They're like almost like big cities shouldn't exist. We're meant to live in close-knit villages with people who look and think like we do. And I just had that run around in my head. And when it ran around in my head, I went, God, no, you're not supposed to think like that. That sounds fucked up. Like, I want to express that idea while not having it sound fucked up, if that makes sense. Like, is that the way, like psychologically we're built? I won't say supposed to be. I'm not saying that's the way we're supposed to be. But is it supposed to be, or psychologically, are we more built towards being around like-minded people? Or are we more built towards being in these large, hundreds of thousands of people, groups of many different types and looks and thought processes? Like, I don't know how our brains work, but fuck. You see, I shouldn't have opened the door on this one. Because I don't really know how I'm trying to say this. King Kong Dong says, Aaron Imholt 2028 for mayor, quote, make segregation great again. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm calling. I had a theory in my head and I went, I'd really like to explore this and get other people's opinions. I wasn't saying like all black people should be in a little village and then all white people should be in a little, because it's not even that. I mean, like even population caps, like there shouldn't be more than like 100 of us in a village. And we should like have generally the same idea of where we want to go and what we want to accomplish. Oh boy. Stop Big Troon says another win for the toe. Didn't you whine about being called toe? No. Oh, buddy. Oh, sweetheart. Steel Toe is the name of the show, so it's a win for the show. So the toe. Do you get? It's hard to explain very simple shit to people. You try to break it down like a grown-up first, and then you got to explain it like they're a kid, and then you feel like you're talking down to people. Bigot on Socialist Media says Aaron would be a good politician. Shitting on socialists like he shits on YouTube spurgs. Yeah, it is. They're easy to own. Like this Iron Felix guy, all these people. They literally every day go into a chat where nobody's looking at them and they just seethe all day. And it makes me laugh. And like the audience laughs too. They'll send me messages and we'll just have a good laugh at their expense. And they're like, it doesn't stop them from being like enraged. I wish I didn't enjoy, it makes me feel guilty to go, I enjoy that. It's funny that I do that to you. That I make you do that. That you humiliate yourselves. Like, because if you understand, if I go outside and I tell people I do a show, they'd be like, okay, you do a show. You've been doing a show for 10 years. You understand if you go outside and you go, I get up every morning really early and I sit in a YouTube chat room and I just say mean things about the guy doing the show. I just hate him so much. They'd be like, you have a psychological, you have a mental illness. And like, if anybody cares about you, they would hear that. And they would go, we need to get you some kind of psychological help because that's indicative of a larger psychological trauma that's manifesting in this way on YouTube. We need to find you something to do. And then maybe like Iron Felix would cope with what I'm saying and he would go, no, it's just fun for me. I'm not addressing any personal trauma. Well, then that's actually kind of worse. At least if you had some kind of psychological trauma and you were channeling it through me, I could have some empathy and be like, oh, that must really suck that you're going through that. But if you're just built this way and there's no redemption for you, yikes, then I guess you're just retarded. Sorry about that. Sorry about your damn luck. You ain't getting my money says, are you going to upgrade your set? Bring the banner back. No, I like this stuff. There's a couple more things I want to put up. I want to put up the Shooter McGavin picture, and I think... I don't know. It's going to be hard to find a spot for the Shooter McGavin picture. I don't know, but I want to put that there. And I think that's all I want to add. Oh, and my Jim Cornette picture. I want to get my Jim Cornette autograph picture back up there. And I think I can put that right there. Or I could put it where you know what? The Cornette picture could probably go where the Dad Jokes books are. The Dad Jokes books I don't want to get rid of, though, because it's an ode to Oz. It's like a tribute to Oz. So I don't know. We'll see. Oh, you ain't getting my money, said Dad Joke books got to go. That's part of my whole thing, though. Oh, where'd Iron Felix go? Did he stop? Did I probably got to him a little bit. That's too bad. He should have more fun with it. Stop being so invested. Don't get so attached to things. Dive Bar says, people in your life would go, wait, so you go to YouTube and you make fun of a toe? What? What now? And they'd be like, no, it's a guy who does a talk show and we just hate him so much. It's like, yeah, that's kind of gay. No offense. That guy's kind of owning you just by the fact that you do that. LL Cooley says with 199, how many radio stations are going to be at Steel Toe's tenure? You got to show up. You got to show up. You got to come to the party. I am awful at keeping secrets, and I'm not allowed to say certain things. Just show up to the fucking party. Shh. Don't ask me anymore because I can't say anything. Shut the fuck up and stop. Shh. I already have very little ability to keep my fucking mouth shut as it is. So, shush. Knock it off, LL Cooley. 125 away from knocking it out today. Now leave me alone on this issue and don't ask me about it anymore. Deal? Deal. Let's go to the texts. Oh, God damn it. See, this is why I didn't want to talk about this. This is why I didn't want to open Pandora's box with my little thought experiment. It's not natural to cohabitate. Blacks and whites living together is like lions and tigers living together. Both are cats, but it's natural for them to live together. That's not what I was trying to say. See, I knew that if I tried to bring this thought up, it was going to get fucked up somehow. Damn it. Coltrane with $1 says one of Walz's biggest donors let him stay there during the mansion renovations at the cost of $30,000 to taxpayers each month. Wow. Dive Bar says, why didn't you read my white cargo van joke for $1? Oh, I missed it. Where is it? Let's go find it. Oh, Dive Bar says, did you drive your white cargo van to the candy store? Well, that's just an I fuck children's joke. Jay Warren says, Aaron, would you support deporting non-Europeans for $5? No, of course not. Of course not. You know what? I shouldn't have brought it up. I had a thought. You know what I should have done? I should have let the thought go. That's what I should have done. Guys, we're only 125 away from knocking out today's goal. Thank you very much. Go ahead and throw a few bucks at us. We'll call it another win for the whole week now. And then tomorrow we'll just have we'll open the gifts from the audience and do the links and all that on Rumble. Wild Saffron says the only shocking thing about a Democrat, Walz, is he has been honest and had integrity. Not shocked that he's scum. Fair enough. Chevy Fan says, if the radio people are going to be there, I'm going to show up in a Burger King crown and yell the N-word. You guys are not going to do a goddamn thing to embarrass me in front of anyone that might be there, especially if it might hold future implications for our program. You will fucking behave as much as you can. And now I'm not going to say anything else about what might or might not be at the anniversary party. Shush. You're done? We're not speaking about it anymore. Oh yeah, this I gotta reload the sound drops from the old hard drive. This person writes in, race traders, mixed breeds, communists, homosexuals, and all other walks of godless degeneracy. Thank you, bud. All right, let's do the naked carjacker in Iowa story. This guy, I have no context to this, but it's just a guy, Tyler Merle Johnson. Anyone who has the name Merle in any part of their name is, in my opinion, going to be entertaining for one reason or another. He showed up naked in the early hours of Tuesday morning before diving into an open car window and freaking the fuck out of a driver. There's no amount of setup that's going to make this more understandable. This is a guy in Iowa, probably fucked up, and being naked out on the streets. So there he goes. You gotta put this on video. There's no audio. There we go. That's a good sized blur. I'd like them to accentuate my blur if I ever show up naked in public and they have to blur it out. And there you go. Oh, he just Fucking, so this naked guy with his dick out just hops in an unsuspecting dude's car. How do you not just immediately beat the shit out of that guy? Like your homophobia just kicks in and that guy's balls rub against your leg and you just start pummeling the shit out of him. Look at that. He crawled dick first in front of this guy's face. How are you not pummeling the shit out of this guy? I'd be like, ma'am, could you put your phone away? I need to fucking administer a beating here, and I don't want it on tape. Jesus. And now he's going to get out after the guy. Oh, no, he's stealing the car? Dude, the new Grand Theft Auto fucking sucks. It's a terrible video game. Oh, there we go. Now he hit him. All right, fuck him up, dude. Oh, he's taking off. Oh. The naked guy's stealing my car. Oh, my ass crack is out. Urgh. Ooh, pro-Palestinian protesters interrupt Kamala Harris in Michigan. We're going to do that one in a second. But first, I need to learn more about this guy. Oh, there he is. This is, there's Tyler Merle Johnson. I promise you, this guy was not geeked on meth when he was naked and stealing cars. This doesn't look like a meth thing at all. This looks totally legit, like the guy he felt like not wearing clothes. That's all. Guy doesn't look like he has a drug problem in the least. Now, Des Moines police spokesperson, Sergeant Paul Perizic, told the Des Moines Register that officers eventually caught up with the nude perpetrator after the car crashed into a tree. You mean that guy didn't keep it on the road? The hell you say? Court docs show he was hit with charges for second-degree theft and driving with a suspended license after being booked in Polk County Jail. And his license wasn't legit? I guess you're surprised by something every day. $2 from Cheeseburger Pie says, I'm super excited to drink with Derek Lee. He's my favorite. Derek Lee's not going to be there. Thank you very much. There. That much I can say. Yeah, someone says, keep punching his head until he has no face, right? Trucker 18-wheeler with $5. Thank you very much. Says, I'm curious why my Asian slave got dropped off in a white van. I don't deal in Asian slaves. You'll have to ask somebody else. Posterior attention with $9.99. Says, but you told it. Shut up. God damn it. I'm not telling you guys anything when I get fucked up at anniversary shows anymore. Quiet. And yes, we'd probably already be doing that, but somebody had to go get arrested and we had to let that cool down a little bit. But now we're good. Now shut up. I can't. Shh. Quiet. LL Cooley, thanks for fucking opening that Pandora's box. I really fucking appreciate it. Now I'm keeping my goddamn mouth shut. 1:15 away from knocking out today's goal. Go ahead. Jump in. The water's nice. We're at 9 o'clock. We got 1:15 left. Let's knock out today's goal and call it a W and do some overtime. Thanks, boys and girls. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, all the links are in the chat, and you can contribute to this program. Vidam says, is Matt Wood going to be at the comedy show? He's an awesome guy. I love Matt Wood. He's one of my best friends in the business, but Matt Wood now lives in Nashville. So it's highly unlikely that I'd get him to come up here. All right, 1:15 away. Excited to see that go down to 0. Oh, shit. I just closed my Kamala Harris getting interrupted by Palestinian protesters story. I wanted that one. Shit. Kamala Palestinian protesters. Which, by the way, if you're a Palestinian protester, don't you like Kamala Harris? Like that's the weirdest thing about all these pro-Palestine people is they seem to kind of be agents of chaos. Like they're not conservatives, but they're liberals, but they hate the Democrats because the Democrats don't hate Israel enough or something. I don't know. It's one of those protest groups that's full of really young women, so they don't really know exactly what they want. They just know they want to sound important. And it's kind of obnoxious. Prayer over on Twitter says, happy 10th anniversary. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, let's go find a good clip of this. Kamala Palestinian. Here we go. Before a Detroit rally, Kamala Harris met with anti-Israel activists who mobilized tens of thousands of voters to withhold their votes from Biden in the primary. Is this the part of the speech where they interrupt her? Let's see.
And he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
Those were pro-Palestinian protesters. Let me tell you something. Pro-Palestinian protesters, Kamala, are way to the left of you. So no, they are not there to make sure that, Donald Trump wins the election. I don't know who they would want to win the election, but they're only yapping at you because they know Trump won't listen to them. Is it just me, or is that a real icy, bitchy look and tone she's taking with him? Jesus. She's giving him the stare down. I didn't know Kamala Harris had it in her. Remember, Kamala's always been the giggly wine mom. Now she's like fucking bitchy, evil stepmother.
You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
Get him on your side by going after the hecklers. That's how you do it. Shit. They're fired up. Do you ever get that weird feeling, like, ever since she took over, you're like, oh, fuck, she could win, and that's not good. Like, there's part of me that would rather have Biden than her. And there's part of me that would rather have her as vice president than Tim Walz. What?
We're not going back. We're not going back.
We're not. What are they chanting? We're not going back? Oh, because the Republicans are going to put us into the Stone Age, and they're going to not let black people vote, and they're going to, I forgot. They're going to do all of those things. All of it. You just watch. They're going to not let black people vote anymore. They're just going to start killing women. That's it. They do say wild shit. They're like, Donald Trump's going to take away black people's right to vote. And you're like, what? Like, imagine even bringing that up. Like, okay, let's say he believed that. Let's say that was a position of his. As if he would ever say it out loud or ever try to do it, knowing the fucking career suicide that is. Sam Show says, angry lesbians love this shit. Yeah, Donald Trump definitely lost a big chunk of the lesbo vote when they went with Kamala Harris. You ain't getting my money says, we are going into idiocracy, so there is no doubt she will win. Voting machines are scary. I do think we should be doing nothing but the handwritten, fill it in yourself ballots, and I think they should be hand counted also. Wild Saffron says they are printing ballots for her already. Can't find printer ink or paper anywhere in Michigan. Well, there was a very funny meme of a post office truck in a cemetery, and they were saying they're already registering Democrats to vote. Get it. Get it. Donald Trump. So think about it. We got all this Tim Walz stuff. We got all this Kamala stuff. We got all this Jd Vance stuff. Trump has been like on the back burner, really. So he felt like he needed to make some noise yesterday. And the noise he made was accusing Justin Trudeau of being Fidel Castro's kid. Now, this is a rumor that's been out there in conspiracy land that Pierre Trudeau indeed did not sire his son, Justin, and that Justin Trudeau looks more like a cross between his mother and Fidel Castro, and his mother and Fidel Castro have hung out. So there's a possibility that maybe Fidel fucked Trudeau's mom, and that would explain Justin Trudeau's politics, I think. But the president, so this has been something that people have been running with. This is almost like something my uncle, actually, this might not even be conspiracy enough for my uncle to be into it. You know, this probably isn't some real raw news shit, but this is something that like hasn't really been given air by like a legit candidate for anything. It's kind of one of those, you know, internet rumors that people have pieced together. But Trump now is diving in on Trudeau as Fidel Castro's kid. Let's go ahead and listen to this.
He's turned very liberal, actually. They say he's the son of Fidel Castro, and could be. I mean, anything's possible in this world, you know? He's turned very liberal.
So Trump, yeah, like where most politicians would be like, there's these baseless accusations and these scurrilous rumors that Justin Trudeau is Fidel Castro's son, and I unequivocally denounce those rumors with my whole being. Versus Donald Trump is like, you know, he's turned very left lately, and a lot of people say that he's Fidel Castro's kid. Well, anything is possible, you know. He just leaves it open-ended. I love that about him. He breaks every single rule of, like, what should get you canceled and, like, what should allow you to never be a public official ever in your life. And he just breaks all of them, and it's fucking hilarious every time he does it. We got a lot of good stuff coming up. We've got another 50 minutes of regulation, but we're only 1:15 away from today's goal. So if you want to help us out and you want to throw us a couple of bucks, fantastic, awesome, excited for that. Let's knock out the rest of today's goal. You guys have been doing a great job so far today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. That's MidlandArmory.com. Of course, at Midland, they have a great selection of firearms, accessories, optics, knives, parts, and gear, and so much more. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. Check them out, man. Go today. You can have your stuff delivered to you, or you can go pick it up in the store. Again, that's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, MidlandArmory.com. Stoney's in downtown Rockville has bike night tonight. Go check out bike night at Stoney's. Go party at Stoney's on Thursday. Then come up for the Steel Toe Cornhole Tournament anniversary party and comedy show on Saturday. It's a Stoney's kind of week. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. The best Bloody Marys there are. Grab a pizza. Grab a few cocktails. Grab a few beers. Play some pull tabs. Enjoy the live music on the Fireball stage. And that awesome patio, man. That's one of my favorite patios to drink on, is the one at Stoney's. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. You know who did Stoney's patio, why it's so comfortable and nice? Jaeger Curb and Concrete. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And if you go in the ditch, if you have any problems this weekend, use our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud, with trucks and wreckers for motorcycles all the way up to heavy duty equipment. They can take care of it all at All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. All right, let's find something to play. I've got to pee real quick, and I want to grab some water for the last hour and a half of the show. Let's I love that money plane thing, but ROTC uses that, and I don't want to feel like I'm kind of honing in on their deal. We could just play the Money Plane trailer. That movie is, oh God, is that fucking awful. Yeah, let's go Money Plane trailer. If you guys feel like watching this weekend, I cannot recommend how terrible it is enough. It was made in 2020. It's Edge, Kelsey Grammer, Denise Richards, the Lawrence brothers. One of the Lawrence brothers fucking directed the thing. But I'm going to hit play on this. You guys help us hit that 115 that we've got left, and I'll be back with a full water and a full show. Here we go.
You a gambling man, Jack? Not anymore. Once a gambling man, always a gambling man.
Let's go, let's go!
You bet everything you had. Toss up a coin. One side, you, your family, live the life they always dreamed of. On the other side, you lose everything. You owed a lot of money to some very bad people. So I bought your debt. Now you're gonna have to repay me that debt. Can we just get to the job? It's a legend in the underworld. To those in the know, it's the money plane. A bulletproof casino in the sky, untouchable by any government agency. Whatever you want to wager on, the money plane has you covered.
Russian roulette.
Word is they carry up to $1 billion on board in crypto and millions in cash. I want you and your crew to take down the house.
That's insane.
Yeah. Heck, might even be a good time.
Now, without further ado, sit back, relax, and prepare for takeoff.
We have control of the cockpit.
Who's next? Hey, pal.
You're dead! Your families are all dead! You, your crew, and everyone you ever met! Dead! By the time you touch down! Now bring me my money!
Guys, it's fucking money plane. It is. It's really bad. I didn't even make it to the end of Money Plane. It was such a bad movie. I would rather, Landers says, I would rather watch Maxine Waters eat out Nancy Pelosi from behind. Well, I'm not getting that out of my fucking head. Thank you for that comparison. The dude from Game of Thrones where he gets locked up and becomes the top dog is better than this trash. Oh, Shot Caller with Nikolaj Kloster-Waldau. I've never watched that. I thought that was a good... People have said that that's a good movie. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Fanatical Bucks fan says, I'm watching this piece of shit. Dude, it's worth checking out. There's something about, like, what drew me in was the idea of Kelsey Grammer playing, like, a millionaire villain mastermind. I was like, that dude, he'd do a good job with that. And I was so fucking disappointed. His last name is Grouch in the movie. His name's like Thaddeus Grouch the Third. And he's like, nickname the Rumble. Like, what kind of fucking nickname is that? The Rumble. Stop. For me, it was Kelsey Grammer, too. Yeah. Dude, Kelsey Grammer as a villain sounds great. When you watch the movie, whew. Mr. Beat says, how do they carry over $1 billion on board in crypto? It's like, I think it's on their servers. I think that's the crypto part. Sam Show says, so bad, but good movies are great. Dude, I don't even know if it's so bad it's good. It's just, it starts out so bad it's good. Like, it starts out and you're like, this is a piece of shit. But it just stays a piece of shit. Like, it starts left and goes left. And you're just like, okay, this is so bad, it's just bad now. And now I'm just getting upset that I've spent this much time watching fucking Money Plane. Right? Check it out. It's worth it. Turn it off when you're ready to tap out, though. I mean that. All right, guys. 115 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for your generosity. Just a little bit more. Just turn the crank a little further, and we'll get the 115 taken out, and we'll call it another win for the week. The Associated Press has some breaking news for you. Remember how the overturning of Roe versus Wade was going to be it? Women weren't going to be able to get abortions anymore, and this was going to affect women badly, and it's so terrible, and we're headed towards the Stone Age. Apparently, Roe versus Wade has done absolutely nothing to discourage women from getting abortions, proving one thing: no matter what judges do, women will always want to murder their children in utero. Fantastic. You know, I think the one group of people you got to give it up to on this one is the perseverance of the woman. I think I think liberals especially really underestimated how bad young white women really want to murder their babies when it might inconvenience their party lifestyle. And by the way, let's not pretend that's where most abortions come from. I'm not saying white people in general, because, you know, there's a lot of black abortions out there. But let's not pretend it's not, you know, we have this bad habit, because I'm not like super pro-life or super pro-choice. I really don't give a shit about abortion that much. I ain't getting pregnant. But like, we have this weird thing where we try to lionize women who get abortions, and it's like, they're fucking garbage just like anybody else. You know, they try to go like, oh, what about R-wording and incest? It's like, that is a fraction of the people who get abortions. The vast majority of people who get abortions, it's inconvenient. I don't want one right now. I'm going to have the thing taken care of. We don't want to talk about that because that doesn't sound very noble. That doesn't make our pro-choice attitude look, you know, more woke and progressive. But that is what it is. It's a chick who wants to go out and party and get fucked up and you know, take dick. And she doesn't want this fucking rugrat coming in and spoiling her fun. I know the rationale is, oh, I'm just not ready for a child yet. You probably would be fine. Like, if you just had that kid, you'd probably be okay. But, like, just go ahead and, like, I thought Patrice O'Neal said it perfectly. He's like, just kill your baby, bitch. Kill your baby. But don't sit there and say, well, it's my body. You know? Just say, look, I don't want this fucking kid right now, and there's a medical procedure that'll get me off scot-free on this whole deal. Washing my hands of it. I want to go back to my life. I would respect that. I would at least respect the honesty and the directness of it. You ain't getting my money says shot caller was good because people do go to jail for accidents like what happened. And you can feel the impact of that shit on the screen, but they don't become the shot callers. Yeah, don't they just kind of try to keep their heads down and like just serve their time? You know, they're more like Andy Dufresne in there. Mr. Beat says black people, even though they're 13% of the population, have the majority of abortions. I'd have to see numbers on that one. I know it's overrepresented versus their population, you know, their percentage of the population, but is it the majority? I don't know. But the whole abortion thing, like, and it's really any controversial thing. Like, anytime Democrats have anything reversed, they always act like it's about to be the end of the world. Like, oh, you can't, like, they do this scare tactic where, like, if you do this, everybody's going to die and everybody's going to have problems. Like, if you get rid of the insurance mandate, people are going to die. No, what's going to happen is 20-somethings who feel invincible just aren't going to buy insurance, and they're probably also not going to go to the doctor that year. So everybody wins. Or like, you know, Roe v. Wade being overturned. And they're like, do you know what this is going to do? Women aren't going to be able to get abortions, and they'll have them in back alleys. And like, number one, no, they didn't. Number two, they're killing more babies than they ever have before. So I think abortion is still kicking ass, even though Roe v. Wade is off the table. We were supposed to be living in the Handmaid's Tale, and, you know, women were going to have no rights, and maybe they're doing it just to spite us. Maybe women are just roasting and toasting all the babies because they're like, oh, see, I'm not going to let you turn this into the Handmaid's Tale. Well, you got us. Abortion was slightly more common across the U.S. in the first 3 months of this year than it was before the overturning of Roe v. Wade. The survey found that the number of abortions fell to nearly zero in states that ban abortion in all stages of pregnancy, and declined by about half in places that ban it after 6 weeks. So we weren't seeing the back alley abortions and all that stuff. People were just making the drive because they wanted the abortion that bad. Perfect. There you go. Trucker 18-wheeler with $5 says there's a YouTube ad that says Minnesota House Republicans voted against abortion. That's why I'm voting Democrat. I mean, good luck. I just didn't know it was that important to you. That's fine. Landers says, LOL, don't blacks make up 80% of abortions? I know it's insanely high. I mean, it could be. We could look it up. By the way, that $5 brings us 110 away from this morning's goal. We're almost there. Keep it going. We've got 40 minutes to knock out $110. Throw us your 10th anniversary gifts, and we will call this a W. Thank you guys very much. Everybody band together, and we'll be this close to getting it all taken care of. I'm pretty sure this is bad. Are we supposed to be okay with a big multinational corporation owning a shitload of our treasury bills? I don't know if that's a good thing. So the United States has so much fucking debt. Just trillions and trillions of dollars of debt. We owe a lot to a private bank called the Federal Reserve. We owe $1 trillion here and there to countries like Japan and China and all that. But we have $35 trillion in debt. And what we've started doing now is we've just started, people used to use the phrase printing money. And we weren't really printing money. We would borrow the money from another country. But what started happening after the crash in 2008 was we literally did just let the Federal Reserve tell us that we could print out dollars and that they would back it. And we did essentially just start printing money in 2008, 2009. So people can also buy treasury bills, which is basically our debt. You're buying up the United States of America's debt, essentially. Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett's company, now owns more U.S. Treasury bills than the Federal fucking Reserve. I don't like this. Like, this is the same thing to me with, like, Vanguard and BlackRock owning a shitload of residential, like, single-family homes. Like, this kind of shit really fucking worries me. The idea that private companies own so much of our country, it makes me feel like we don't have a country anymore. Like, this is like number 2 in Austin Powers. Like he said, there are no countries anymore. It's only corporations. Like, the whole world is an oligarchy. And I know that's not exactly a controversial thing to say, but like when it hits you with like real estate and that you and I don't have any control, over the market anymore. You know, this is where libertarians kind of should realize that they run into problems because they go, we should let the free market handle this, that, or the other thing. There's not much of a free market anymore. Like this idea that, hey, if the demand for houses goes down and the supply goes up, the price of houses will come down. Not really anymore. That's not how it works, is it? Because even if people can't afford it with the higher prices and the interest rates, a multinational corporation will come in and just start buying the houses and artificially inflating the prices and then renting them back to middle-class people who now don't get to own those homes with equity so that they can move up the ladder, but rather they're just throwing money into a black hole called rent every month. Meanwhile, BlackRock, Vanguard, and these multinational hedge funds continue to make a shitload of money and gain the equity of that home. Like, it's hard to say that the free market should take care of things when the free market has actually been co-opted by a handful of multinationals. I mean, it's not the way it used to be. But Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway own 4% of all treasury bills issued to the public. Warren Buffett is a larger holder of treasury bills than the Federal Reserve. The Omaha-based conglomerate held $234.6 billion in short-term investments in treasury bills by the end of the second quarter, while it owned more than $42 billion of cash and cash equivalent that included T-bills with maturities of 3 months or less, according to its quarterly financial report. So the Federal Reserve owns $195 billion in treasury bills that the Fed owned as of July 31st. Yeah, so we're just essentially America's just issuing a shitload of treasury bills and just, I believe it's what's called monetizing the debt. And so we just go, just pump out more fucking treasury bills and then we'll print the money and we'll spend it. And it's like, that's fucking inflating the currency really bad, isn't it? And like, we'll deal with it later. My investment guy actually told me like a year ago. He goes, all of us in the investment game are really worried about the national debt and that nobody's taking it seriously. Nobody's fucking, doing anything to address the problem whatsoever. And Dead Game pointing out Buffett owns 44% of BlackRock. And what my investment guy told me is he said, we are definitely getting close to the day where the government's going to start issuing the 100-year Treasury bill. Because right now, I think the highest you can do is the 50-year Treasury bill, which means that America is going to monetize its debt and then allow people to buy 100-year debt obligations, meaning you'll never see that money. Like, you'll leave it to your children. Maybe they'll see it in a 100-year Treasury bill. But that we are so determined to not get our financial fucking house in order that we're just going to invent more shit. Like, creating a 100-year Treasury bill is literally kicking the can down the road. It's really bad. But again, this is where Republicans, you have to blame them too. Like, nobody's trying to do anything. They just keep selling little pieces of our country away. Citizen M says, Aaron would never say, I didn't know you cared that much when a voter admitted they were a single issue voter on economic policy. Well, economic policy versus abortion. I mean, are we really going to pretend that the economic policy is not more important than the issue of abortion? And I don't think anyone should really be necessarily a one-issue voter. You should try to stay informed on everything. But you should definitely care about the things that, affect you the most first. Well, by the way, Cashco. Oh, no. Oh, Cashco. You got to stop trying so hard to, own a show that triggers you so badly. You do know I started this conversation by calling the Federal Reserve a private bank. Oof. Yikes. He's another one who's not very good at this game. And again, it's not very difficult for me to just kind of get him right out of there. You tried though, buddy, and I do appreciate that every time. Few and far between are the good ones that issue any kind of challenge. Mr. Beat says BlackRock owns 60% of the world's money. And then says, just print more money. Dude, that's what we're doing. We're literally just printing more money. We're just going to print ourselves silly is what we're going to do. Like I said, my investment guy said nobody's looking at how to solve this. They're just going to figure out how to push it back. Lance with 199 says, do you still pay April's truck payment or any bills? Let's see. There's a credit card that I still make payments on because I bought my tires on it. So I've got that one pretty much done. I still pay for her phone because it's tied in with my phone and I haven't changed it yet. What else am I still paying for? I think her dental insurance I'm still paying for. But I think that's it. I think her phone, dental insurance, a small little bit on a credit card, and that's all. That's all I've got left. Everything else, just kind of when I canceled the other checking account and started my new one, all that stuff just kind of went away. I just shifted all the stuff I need to pay for over to that one, and I figured she's not my pig, not my farm. She'll fucking take care of it somehow. I'm guessing Nick's probably paying for it, which is what you should do for your side chick if she's going to keep her mouth shut on how many fucking drugs you guys have been doing, right? I mean, you should pay for people's silence if they're going to get your back. I mean, she's going to have a felony on her record for him. Like, she's like taking a felony for him. He got her charged with a felony, and she's gonna fucking take it. She really is. All she had to do is get the fuck out of there and rebuild her life. She's gonna fucking take a felony for him. That's a bottom bitch right there, dude. You got to admit. That's like, he wouldn't do anything like that. Not in a million years. No, he actually kind of feels like he's owed it, that level of loyalty. But yeah, I'm sure he'll pay her bills because, again, she's being charged with 5th-degree felony drug possession because of him. So, like, it's probably the right thing to do to pay that person's bills when you fuck their life up so much. You know me, all I did was give her a job and pay her way more than she would have made doing that job anywhere else. But I didn't get her hooked on cocaine. And so I'm obviously the big piece of shit. So yes, Warren Buffett owns about $300 billion in treasury bills. Guys, we're going to be fine. We're going to be fine. Silver Wolf says, I'm in Spicer right now. Need anything? I'm good. Thanks. Vidam with $1 says, Health Partners Dental Clinic in St. Cloud is closing. I got a letter in the mail. I didn't know it was still there. Dead Game says, I'm still so confused on 5th degree possession. It's it all has to do with amounts. I think it's 0.22 grams or more. And basically what it was her debit cards were there covered in cocaine. She had a snort tube and she had a vial of cocaine on the nightstand. So that was her, and her purse was in the bedroom. Because, you know, she was living somewhere else. I always keep my purse and shit in someone else's bedroom when I'm living somewhere else. But no, that was, which, by the way, confirms to me that he did give her a vial of cocaine. In my opinion, he gave her a vial of cocaine to bring to this house because she was hooked and she had to keep a steady stream going. Because I heard her chopping upstairs and I sprinted upstairs to try to catch her. And she goes, why'd you run up here so fast? And I went, oh, I forgot my phone charger. And I couldn't really look to see. I couldn't spot it or not. But, yeah, she definitely had it. And, you know, what a fucking piece of shit he is, because very early on when he started hanging out here, I said, you don't bring that fucking shit into my house. Then when he left it near my kid and brought that whole fucking safe over to my house and I had to throw their asses out of the house, he still didn't give a fuck and he still gave her drugs to bring to my house. Like, he's just a lying piece of shit. Like, he's just a bad person who doesn't have the fucking testicles to just admit he's a bad person. Like, there's something about villains who are just villains. Like, look, I'm an asshole. I'm a piece of shit. I don't really give a fuck about anybody but myself. But then there's the people who have the audacity to pretend they have any nobility in their body at all. And it's like, you know, I'd respect you a lot more if you were just a garbage fucking person. He's probably afraid of getting his ass kicked. 110 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. 110 away. Let's hammer it out. Let's get it done. We got about 25 minutes left. Pretty within striking distance kind of number. Oh, speaking of drug possession, did you hear Nelly got arrested? Nelly's a little old to be getting arrested for drugs, isn't he? Nelly's got to be pushing 50 at this point. He got arrested for having ecstasy on him. That's like, again, I mean, he's a little aged for ecstasy. Nelly was arrested. Police found Nelly had an active warrant for no insurance from a previous traffic stop. Really? Nelly was arrested for the active warrant and was searched. That's when 4 ecstasy pills were found on his person. That's not very much, is it? Nelly was booked for, oh shit, felony drug possession and on a warrant for no vehicle insurance. Bad news, Nelly was arrested early Wednesday for a couple of offenses. Oh, shit. He's since been released. He was booked into custody at 4:45 a.m., and then he got out. They have his mugshot. TMZ obtained Nelly's mugshot, and his eyes appear bloodshot, and he's mostly expressionless in a black hoodie. Is this... Oh, he doesn't look terrible. That's not a bad mugshot, actually. Fuck, those guys don't age. I mean people from St. Louis, by the way. They don't get older. Fuck, he still looks young. He's got to be almost... I'm going to say 47 years old. How old is Nelly? 49. He's turning 50 in November. Fuck, man. You know, Adrian always used to say, black don't crack unless you smoke it. He's not wrong. That dude is almost 50 years old. Labglass says, who's bringing powdered donuts to the anniversary show? Hey, who doesn't love a powdered donut or two? Huh? Dive Bar says, I love how you tried to sound like you were surprised about Nelly. Dude, A 50-year-old man getting popped for ecstasy is a little weird, isn't it? That's not really a drug you get into at 50. But, I mean, is he one of the guys who saved his money? Oh, apparently, oh shit, I didn't know this. How far behind am I? Ashanti and Nelly have been married for months, and now Ashanti's pregnant with his kid? This was back in April? Where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going through a divorce, and everybody around me was falling apart. And God, I remember those days, just getting those fucking text messages. Everyone here is down and low and falling apart and blah, blah, blah. It's like now me would have just texted back, please just leave me out of this. I don't want anything to do with it. Nelly net worth. He saved his money, right? Oh, shit, yeah, $70 million bucks? Nelly's doing fine. Nelly's going to be all right, boys and girls. Death Beholden says, no, I can see him using ecstasy for sex to improve the feeling, and he got addicted to it. Anonymous says, same could be said for 40-year-olds getting hooked on cocaine and frying up crack in the SpaghettiOs pan. I never saw anybody fry up any crack. I wouldn't know what crack looks like. I really wouldn't. I never saw any crack, dude. But yeah, you're right. I mean, a 42-year-old getting hooked on cocaine is fucking pathetic. You're absolutely right. I'm not saying it's not. I'm saying Nelly at 50 getting, being arrested for ecstasy. Shit, dude. When you got $70 million, though, like unless you're seriously facing prison time, you can get arrested for all that shit. It doesn't really change much. If you have to do a probation thing or something like that, yeah, it's a mild pain in the ass, but $70 million, that usually satisfies a lot of curiosity. Still 110 away, guys, and we've got about 15 minutes before we've got to rattle the cans. You guys have been doing awesome. Not a lot of goal talk today because you guys have been hammering it out. But let's finish it up. Let's get it all taken care of for the rest of the week. 110 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Do it. Let's get it done. Somebody texting in, they say the official city meal of Shoreview, Minnesota is a crack pipe. That's not. Why would you believe something like that? I mean, that is just, and it's so irresponsible for you to report such a thing. I can't believe you would. It's just, it feels like a betrayal, if you ask me. All right, let's, I'm sorry, I just read something that came in. Guys, you might want to jump off the Trump bandwagon. You might want to do something about this. Apparently, Jim Cramer is now backing Donald Trump. If you know anything about the history of the Mad Money guy, Jim Cramer, you might want to try to get him to change his mind. Jim Cramer is famous for making all of these stock calls and all of these calls about the stock market and being ridiculously wrong every single time. It's downright comical. Like, it's been a meme for like a decade that if Jim Cramer calls something, bet against him and you've probably made money. If you care about your paycheck, you go with Trump, Cramer boldly asserted, adding, quote, that's what you do. Cramer had just been praising the business people surrounding Kamala Harris, explaining that Biden didn't have as many surrounding him. Said, so this is a change of pace. There's a lot of business surrounding Harris. He said before he immediately changed his own pace and said people who vote with their wallet should vote for Trump. No Jim Cramer endorsing Donald Trump. I don't want Jim Cramer. I wouldn't want Jim Cramer endorsing my company. I wouldn't want him endorsing my stock picks. I wouldn't want him endorsing any of that shit. None. Get him out of there. Yeah, somebody in the chat saying it's the final nail in the coffin. He's going to take a poll hit for this. Nelly was just here at the Northwest Indiana Fair. Oh, maybe that's why he was caught with ecstasy. He was in fucking Indiana. Dead Game says that's a setup. Cramer using the force for bad. Maybe that's it. The old reverse psychology. Jim Cramer knows that he's the kiss of death, so he's trying to help Kamala Harris by endorsing Donald Trump. Oh, boy. How are the polls looking nowadays? A poll just came out for Montana. Do we really have to take polls for Montana? Really? Trump up 15? Yeah, I think we're good. General election polls, Harris up 2, Harris up 1, and even. Wow. The polls for this week, not looking good for old Dandy Don. August 5th, poll came out, Harris +3. Wisconsin poll came out, Harris +3. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Harris +4 nationally, +3. Trump +2. Trump's still up in Pennsylvania, though. Trump's still up in North Carolina. Okay. They're even in Nevada. That's interesting. You know, if Trump holds Pennsylvania, I don't think he really has too much to worry about in regards to Harris. Let's see here. Let's see what happens here. Let's say Trump takes Pennsylvania. Trump's still ahead in North Carolina. Let's say, oh, I don't know. This map looks pretty good for Trump. Because I don't think Kamala's going to take... Well, let's give Kamala Michigan. Trump takes North Carolina. Trump takes Pennsylvania. All these states are red. All these states are red. But let's even give Kamala New Mexico. We'll give her Nevada. We'll give her all of those. Trump still wins 281 to 257. Kamala needs to steal a Pennsylvania or a North Carolina. She needs to hold on to Michigan, Wisconsin. She needs to hold on to Nevada. It's still, I mean, the polls still don't look good for old Kamala Harris. But she looks better than Biden did. Carlos says it could actually be 269 and decided by the fucking Supreme Court like in 2000. How could we get there? Let's see how we can get there. Let's give Kamala Pennsylvania, but let's give Trump Virginia, and no. Let's give Kamala Virginia. Let's give Trump Michigan. I'm not really seeing how we could get there. Oh, and then let's give Trump Nevada, and then Kamala, North Carolina. Nope, that still gets her to 271. We'll figure it out someday. It's just the way the state polls look, it looks like Trump's still looking good to win. But the national polls have tightened up a little bit. Plankton with 199 says, you finance tires, you need this more than I do. No, it was a promotion that they were doing, and we did the promotional thing. What are you doing? What do you do, right? It was a promotional deal. It was like no interest for a year. And I was like, well, why the fuck not? I got I think I made one yesterday. I think I got one more. I'm going to do one more time, and then we're going to be done with it. Thank you, Plankton, for the 199. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you very much. 110 away from knocking it out today. Get that done for us. Let's get the win. We got 10 minutes before we go rattle the cans and go begging. Let's see if we can hammer out the $110 number that we have left. Taylor Swift is a lot bigger deal than I thought she was. I mean, we all know that Taylor Swift is massive, but she controls terrorist activities. Not that she's a terrorist or anything, but all of her Vienna concerts have been canceled because fucking ISIS was threatening to attack her concert. I mean, look, people can like Taylor Swift's music. They cannot like Taylor Swift's music, but jihad, that seems a little extreme. Law enforcement in Austria recently arrested 2 suspected extremists, one of whom authorities believe was planning an attack in an area with upcoming Taylor Swift concerts. Now, in fairness, if you are looking to make a terrorist attack on American pop culture and all that, I mean, that is where a lot of people are going to be. So there is that. But at the same time, you sound like kind of a little bitch. Like, that's kind of a bitch move if you're a terrorist and you're like, we should attack the Eras Tour. And it's like, dude, that's not cool. She's just singing some songs. Leave it alone. According to the AP, a 19-year-old suspect was arrested in South Vienna on Wednesday, while a suspected accomplice was grabbed by police in the Austrian capital. Authorities revealed that the detained 19-year-old had pledged an oath of allegiance to the Islamic State. The Austrian citizen was radicalized via the internet. Yeah, right. His religion had nothing to do with it. It was all the internet's fault. Remember that. Investigators are reportedly evaluating chemical substances found on the suspect. An Austrian interior minister noted that authorities believe the suspect was in the preparatory actions of a potential attack. So Taylor Swift has canceled all of her Eras Tour performances. All of the Eras Tour performances have been axed because of ISIS. Now, there's conflict in the chat right now. People are saying, I kind of like ISIS now. Other people, they're upset because, we have a very male audience and they love their Taylor Swift music. I mean, I'd be upset if I didn't get to hear Fearless. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, how do they decide polls? I've never been interviewed. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like jury duty. They say that, like, you get convicted by 9 people who are too stupid to get out of jury duty. Kind of the same thing with a poll. The whole nation's pulse is taken by a group of people who actually sat there and answered the phone for a pollster. So I don't know how dependable those can be. That's going to put us at 105 for today. Guys, we got about an even hundo left on today's goal. Go ahead and help us knock that out, and we'll call it a win for the week and be done. Yeah, Dead Game says, guess who just kicked off a crusade? That's true. Like, this fucking Swifties will put on battle armor and ask the Pope to, call a crusade to go, take Mecca and Medina if they attacked a Taylor Swift concert. Swifties are out of their fucking mind. Anonymous says, Vienna, Austria, and the Islamic State. Boy, they really fucked up Europe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why Europe got hit so hard with Islamic extremism. Like, in America, like, we have a shitload of Somalis here, and in a few generations, they adapted to life, and now you're watching the children and grandchildren of Somali immigrants just basically be totally indiscernible from another American kid. But in Europe, I don't know if they, like, separate. I don't know if they just, like, let them live in their own little pockets and develop their own little areas or what, but Europe just has a huge problem with... All right, Wild Saffron, I'll fucking change it this weekend. Just fucking... It's 15 times now. We got it. But it's just one of those deals where I think it's how Europe not treats Muslims, but how they kind of organize. Whereas in America, you hate to use the term melting pot, but that's kind of what it is. You can't really... The way the United States is put together and the way cities and communities are put together, you can't really just bunch up into a group and tell everyone else to fuck off and the outside world doesn't get involved. It doesn't work that way. Maybe in Europe it's a little bit easier. Like Anonymous says, Sweden has no-go zones. Kind of, right? They don't like when you say that, though. Like, they like to say that that's misinformation. Charlemagne the God was... talking some shit. It's weird because Charlemagne's one of those guys who he'll be in the middle of smashing the shit out of Republicans and he'll throw a shot at a Democrat out there. Like, he's a little bit of a wild card. I mean, don't get me wrong. He's on the left. He's a Democrat kind of a guy, but he is one of those Democrats who's like, black people have been voting Democrat forever and you guys don't really do shit for us. And he's not wrong about that. But Charlemagne the God has a problem with Republicans calling Kamala Harris a DEI hire, which is really weird for people to have a problem with that because that's what Joe Biden called her when he made her a vice presidential candidate. Let's take a look. Let's take a listen at old Charlemagne. Oh, we got an ad first. Project Dash, Feeding America. Guys, we're going to be rattling the cans and see if we can knock out that last $100 in about 3 or 4 minutes here. So if you could contribute to our show, that would be awesome. Oh, I guess we're not going to get this fucking clip. Mediaite just wants to be a cunt. Is that what we're doing? I was going to show you this, then I was going to do a little can rattling, and then we were going to get to the rest of the show, but apparently, fuck me. Here we go. All right, 5 seconds. Oh, they had Charlemagne the God guest hosting The Daily Show. That's not a bad job for him, actually. He can do a pretty good job. He's kind of a funny guy.
Presidential election, you've probably heard the news that there's a DEI candidate in the race. That's right. That's right. Those identity-obsessed Democrats pick someone just because of their race and gender.
Tim Walz was a balancing choice for her. He's white, he's male.
We do know that they wanted to get a white male on the ticket, so he's going to be that one.
I mean, is he really a balancing influence? Kamala Harris has bigger balls than Tim Walz does. I mean, you put two bitches on your ticket. One of them literally ran away from serving his country. He's damn near a deserter. And that's supposed to, like, toughen and, like, dude up your ticket? Try again.
It's a really important one. He's an old white dude.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Thanks to affirmative action, there is an old white guy on the Democratic ticket for the first time. For the first time in about 17 days, okay? I'm glad white men are finally getting their moment in the sun. Just make sure to wear enough SPF, all right?
I will say this about Charlemagne. He's got some work to do on being like a live TV performer. And I get it because I'm a radio guy too. But like radio guys aren't used to like the live laughter. So they just kind of want to go on their rants. They just want to go, 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 go. And when you're doing TV, you kind of got to know when the pop is coming. And you got to pause for that and then finish your line and everything else.
Nah, you all know what's really going on. According to Republicans, Tim Walz isn't the DEI hire because to them, every letter in DEI actually stands for the same thing. Black, black, black. Which means the real DEI candidate is Kamala Harris.
She's a diversity hire. Of course she's a DEI hire.
100%. She was a DEI hire.
An incompetent diversity hire.
This woman, this disaster whose only qualification was having a vagina and the right skin color.
Okay, I love that guy. That guy just lays it right out. This is kind of what I don't like about The Daily Show. The Daily Show looks at this and they go, oh, this is terrible. How dare these old white Republicans do this? I want to laugh at this guy, but just because that's a funny fucking thing that someone just says it on TV, and he said vagina. He's great. And are they wrong? I mean, would Kamala Harris have gotten there if she was Kamala and a dude? No. She sucked as a prosecutor. She's failed up. Like, I don't see what's so terrible about pointing out that, you know, she might not have gotten where she's gotten if she hadn't been a woman and minority.
That's right. Having dark skin and a vagina is an instant path to the Oval Office, all right?
I mean, it's an instant path to access to it if you're in the Democratic Party. Yes, that's not a crazy thing to say. Democrats are obsessed with counting race and gender and making sure that we have this number. And like they take a fucking census every year. So Charlemagne's kind of off on this one. Because Democrats are kind of built that way. They do tally it up, and they do go, okay, we got too many whites, we got too many. I mean, Tim Walz is kind of a DEI hire, too. They wanted a white dude. Why? Because before they picked the white dude, they wanted a dark-skinned woman. Like, every pick Democrats make is essentially a DEI pick, because they're always counting the little... Oh, is this enough diversity? Is this too much diversity? So you can make jokes all you want, but the fact is the Democrats do sit there and make their decision based more on race and gender than they do on accomplishments and validity. I don't know what else to tell you. We do have to throw a few thank yous out, boys and girls. We got 5 minutes left. Oh, you know what? 4 minutes left. We went a little over on that one. Thank you very much to Matthew Q. He says, happy anniversary. See you Saturday. Throws us $10. Adam with $15 says another one for the toe. Thank you very much. All right, let's throw that 25 in there. What does that put us at? $80 away from today's goal. That's it, guys. $80. Oh, sorry. Chucky B from Florida with 50. We take 35 of that home. So we're $45 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Chucky B. He says, living in South Florida, I'm not able to travel to the party. Happy anniversary. Thank you for all the anniversary gifts. Tomorrow's going to be the official anniversary morning show, but this is our last one on YouTube for the week, so we thought we'd say our happy anniversaries here to the YouTube portion of the audience. All right, about 3 minutes left and $45 away from today's goal. Who wants to help push the final button on that, huh? $45, not very much left to go. Citizen M went from, he was doing a little happy dance in the chat. Now he just went, ugh. Sorry, dude. I apologize. Hey, he can still win. What if you guys don't make good on that last 45? I mean, yeah, it got extended out to 10:30 now, but there's a chance in these next 3 minutes we don't knock out this last $45. So I don't want MSO to get upset, disappointed, or depressed. And I also don't want the people who come to our show to rage and lose their mind and set their hair on fire like children. I don't want them to get bummed out either. I want it to be competitive a little bit today. But yes, $45 away. Let's see if we can knock the rest of that out here in these next couple of minutes. And then we can just do overtime uninterrupted. So whether you want to do it on PayPal, Streamlabs, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, however you want to do it, we are $45 away from calling today a victory. And I think we had Doorman for 100. And then we had Chucky B with the 50. Those have been the two big ones. Otherwise, it's been, $5, $10, $20. Been doing great. Thank you guys very much. Just push the button a little bit further. And we got 2 minutes left officially now to knock out this last $45. Wild Saffron says, I give you shit on the regular, Aaron, but sending you sincere well wishes for the anniversary celebration. 10 years should be celebrated. Thank you, Wild Saffron. I didn't mean to yell at you earlier, but you did that thing where you just put the same thing in there like 5 times. I'm like, I'm fucking getting to it. I like you. Just chill out. I will get there. It's just when you're going through and people are being really funny, and then you see someone like repeat the same thing. You're like, it's kind of like when you're talking to someone and your kids come up to you and you're like, Dad. You're like, so I was saying to the guy, we'll come back. Maybe we'll do the tickets another time. Dad. What, buddy? Death Beholden says Aaron's left arm is so much smaller than his right. What? Like lengthwise or like neither of them are particularly gigantic, but my left is bigger than my right. Like this one's bigger than this one, in my opinion. He says thickness. Really? I don't think so. I think the left one is thicker than the right one. I have to disagree with you on that. All right, guys, let's get moving, huh? We got 1 minute. 1 minute to knock out that $45. I haven't been begging much because I kind of thought $45 would take care of itself. It didn't. So now I've got to sit here for a minute and ask you guys to throw in that last $45 and we can call this thing a W. Otherwise, I got to sit here and be a fucking beggar during the overtime portion, which I don't like to do. I got a little too casual because you guys have been very good with it today. See, I told you, I always own these fucking people who think they know better than I do. They're like, oh, if you just shut up about it. No, if I shut up about it, it doesn't happen. You got to stay on them. I'm sorry. I know. 20 seconds left to go. $45 away. Come on, guys. Fucking snap out of it. Let's go. This is nothing. This is dog shit. 45 is nothing. Couple of you throw in, get it in there, type in the number, throw it in. Come on. All right. We're done with the begging, but we got a half hour, and I am going to have to ask you about it at about 10:15 and 10:30 again. Let's knock out the last 45 and call it a win today. Oh, I hate that part. I don't like asking during overtime. That's kind of my fault, though. Like, if you think about it, I just kind of didn't mention it. I did what all the really smart haters of this show say I should do. And then I kind of like that because then when it doesn't work, I can kind of go, haha, you guys are retarded. Which I already knew, but it's nice to prove it to them. I like that part, too. Impossible to root against Steel Toe on the 10-year anniversary, says Bigot on socialist media. Yeah, but it shouldn't be impossible to knock out $45 on the fucking day of our anniversary. I can't miss on my goddamn anniversary. That would be embarrassing. I might as well fucking lock it up. Call it a day. See, like me lingering on it before jumping to the next story, that's the hint to you guys for everyone to start chipping in and knocking out a measly $45. It's autistically bothering me at this point. Oh, yeah, we got one more. We do have one more Charlemagne clip, though. He was telling Kamala Harris campaign person, you're telling Kamala Harris that she should go on Fox News more, saying that, like, hey, Obama went on Fox News, Kamala Harris should go on Fox News. And he's right. You know, one of the biggest problems we have is that all these guys and all these women are now at the point where they can all go on their own TV stations. They can all go on their own podcasts or internet sites or streaming services, and they never have to be challenged, and the people there will just let them get their fucking propaganda out, and there's no debate, there's no discussion, nothing. It really sucks. No, I don't blame the candidates for doing that. I mean, it's the fucking path of least resistance. Why not? But it's worse for us. Because, like, Kamala Harris can just go on CNN, MSNBC, or any TV network, and Trump can go on Fox and OAN and these other places, and they never have to be challenged. And that's really bad because these people are naturally good at propaganda. I mean, they're fucking carnies, dude. They're politicians. So, like, if you give them open highway to just spout their bullshit, they'll throw it out there and they'll be very convincing with it. You gotta have that check if people are going to learn anything. You know, you got to be under pressure so we can see how you do. But I think Charlemagne's right about that part. Kamala Harris should be going on Fox, and Trump should be going on CNN, but he does. Like, Trump goes on, what did he just did that ABC thing with the Black Journalists Association? I mean, that was a going into the lion's den kind of a move. Atomic Ray with $2 says for Stoney's Gated Community Project. Wait, what? Stoney's Gated Community Project. $45 away. Guys, let's hammer it out. It's our last day. It's our last goal of the week. Let's get this fucking 45 taken care of. This 45 is annoying the shit out of me. Yeah, Death Beholden says, I just realized voting for president is basically choosing the color of your campfire. MSO says, sweat it out, Tubby. Oh, you have no idea, dude. You probably can't see on the... Oh, no, you can't see on the screen. My legs are fucking bouncing under this table. My legs are bouncing and shaking like a tree. I can't focus on any one of our stories because I'm like, it's only fucking $45. Let's knock it out, call it a win, and be done with it. I want to, like, get it out of the way so I can just have a nice overtime. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. Come on. Finish it up. 5 at a time, 10 at a time. Who gives a fuck? Get it done. So I'm better at my job. Robots perform the world's first fully automated dental procedure. No. No. Absolutely fucking not. A robot that has a fucking dental drill on my teeth. No, thank you. Dentistry. Look. There's certain microscopic surgeries that if they want to do it with lasers or robots or whatever, all right, fine. I can understand where that could be an advantage. But having sharp tools in my fucking mouth, no thanks. You're going to have somebody's hand on that. No robots, no machines, no nothing. No. Dental work should and will always be done by a human being. Oh, and as far as, like, dentistry goes in general, like, dentistry is kind of medieval as it is. We still, like, just pull people's teeth out of their heads. So, like, let's just keep it medieval. Let's keep dentistry the way it is. I don't want machines dicking around by my gums. Like, I don't want them having sharp objects by my gums. Do you know how many robots are going to fuck up and slip up and slice you and you're going to bleed? And no, thank you. Jay Warren, becoming a member for 2 months. Says, I like to shoot my bow, haha, and go bow hunting. I don't know what that means. All right, guys. Still 45 away, still distracted. Come on. Let's all at least start chipping in. We got to knock out this 45. I feel like a fucking retard when I do the overtime on credit and it doesn't start getting knocked out. I just feel like, ugh. A Boston-based tech company backed by Mark Zuckerberg's dentist father. I know this is a stupid question, but why does everything in this world keep coming back to like 5 people? I know there's a bunch of people watching right now. There's hundreds of people who are now going, keep going, Aaron. Aaron, keep pulling at that thread. Go ahead. No, Aaron, yeah, go ahead. What are their last names, Aaron? No, I'm not doing that. That's not what I'm trying to say. But it's like every time there's this fucking, creepy new thing, it always ties back to like Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates. Like it's always like 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon to like 6 different people. Is successfully managed the world's first all-robotic dental procedure. Perceptive, a business that harnesses artificial intelligent imaging software paired with a robotic arm, has taken a big bite out of future medical technology. No, it hasn't. Like, if it's based on like software and this and that, it can fuck up. And I'm not going to have a dentist robot fuck up when it's got a drill in my mouth. Sounds gay, doesn't it? The initial treatment, which took place in Barranquilla, Colombia, shows see, that's how little we give a fuck about Central Americans. Like, we did syphilis experiments on Guatemalans and shit. Like, when America needs to test shit out that could potentially permanently harm people, they go, try it on a bunch of Central Americans first. Go try it on some Colombians. It'll be fine. It shows the bot independently drilling into and shaving down a person's tooth, a process called cutting. It's not the kind of cutting that Colombia is used to, though. The ultimate goal is to use the automated machines for crown placements and similar procedures in just 15 minutes. You know what? When I have a dentist appointment like that, I expect it's going to take at least an hour. So why don't you just keep the human being in charge, and I'll suffer through a little bit extra time at the dentist. Fuck. I'm not in that much of a hurry where a robot is going to be in there drilling away on me. And it'll only take 15 minutes. That's okay. I'm good. We don't need to hurry. Wild card with $15. Thank you very much. $5 coming in from Approachable says, do you have any white women workers? I don't want to fuck up like last time with that mixed chick. Why, sir? Why? That's $20 coming in. So we're $25 away. See, you guys have this. $25, do it up. Pray with $4.99 says, happy 10th anniversary, Aaron. Thank you very much. Now we're only $20 away. Guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. Let's get that last 20 hammered out. Enough already. You've got it. Mark Zuckerberg's dentist dad, a key investor in Perceptive, had this to say. The robotic system has designed and rigorously tested to ensure that dentists can perform treatment safely, even in conditions where patient movement is prevalent. Nope. Never. This is where maybe I'm just becoming an old man. This is where progress is no. I'm against progress in this situation. Because I just don't need progress that badly. I'm totally fine with all of the way we do dentistry now. I don't want a robot to do it. I'm the guy that's standing in the way of progress. I understand. Dive Bar says, so technically it's still 45 because of Google's cut. No. I took Google's cut out of it. And also the PayPal ones have like a 1%. I just count all of it on PayPal. It's negligible, the amount they take. So it's $20, my man. Dive Bar. $20 away. How did they test the patient movement, says Sam Show. See, you don't even get to fucking ask that question when this shit happens. Because all the dentist people, they go, you're like, well, how do you test the patient movement? And they just go, oh, trust me. We do. It's like, no. There's a thing that goes, and grinds down my teeth, and you have that in my mouth. I want to know if I fucking go, or if I twitch a little bit, you're not going to cut my fucking gums out. Oh, no, it's just really complicated. That's fine. Explain it to me. I have time. Like I said, I'm going to be the fly in the ointment on robot dentists. And somebody in the chat said, well, but won't it cut down the cost of dental care? Maybe. But what if you get what you pay for? You got a robot that might slice your mouth open. You're going to look like the Joker after your dentist appointment. I'm against it. Count me against it. I'm not ready. Hulk Hogan is thinking about suing Ben Affleck and Matt Damon? What? Why? Why is the Hulkster fucking suing Matt Damon and Ben Affleck? There's no reason. Well, this sucks. Hey, by the way, did that Hulk Hogan movie ever come out? The one Thor starred in? By the way, thank you, T-Gun, for the $5. Appreciate that. Guys, 15 away. Hammer the rest of it out. Get it done. It'll be over soon. $15 away from today's goal. Throw in your anniversary gifts, and let's call this thing a win, please. Yeah, did the Thor, Chris Hemsworth, Hulk Hogan movie set to play wrestling superstar Hulk Hogan in an upcoming biopic for Netflix. Will be directed by Todd Phillips, the Hangover guy. But where is it? Where's my fucking Hulk Hogan movie? Yeah, this article is from 4 years ago tomorrow. There have not been any reports on progress on a Hulk Hogan movie. This is from last year. It seems Hulk Hogan is saying that if a biopic were to be happening, it wouldn't be done by Netflix. Huh. Written by Joker's Scott Silver, Hogan has equated the tone to that of a True Romance, Scarface, and The Godfather, with a combination of these well-known crime films rolled up into one. It looks like we could have an intense viewing experience on our hands. Well, then let's make it. Let's get the fucking Hulkster movie done, dude. I want to see it. Oh, Citizen M has an update for us. Okay. This is May. Disappointing update from Chris Hemsworth. Still interested in making the Hulk Hogan biopic alongside Todd Phillips, but nothing is official. The complexity of playing a real-life character like Hulk Hogan is nerve-wracking for Hemsworth due to the inevitable comparisons. Yeah, because you got to develop a Hulk Hogan impression. And people are going to either shit on you for it or love it. Interest in a Hogan movie could be strong given his controversial persona, iconic wrestling career, and the potential for engaging storytelling. But we don't have any guarantee that this movie's even fucking happening, do we? Shoot. Well, thank you, Citizen M, for giving us the update. Guys, it's 10:15. We're halfway through overtime. We got $15 to go on this goal. Knock it out. Let's get it done. I feel like a fucking buffoon doing overtime while it's still hanging over my head like a fucking sword of Damocles. So let's be done with it. Hulk Hogan, watch out, Ben and Matt. You cross the line with me at your own peril. What the fuck are they? Did I miss something? Like, what did Matt Damon and Ben Affleck do to Hulk Hogan? Oh, they're making a movie about the Gawker thing? Oh, the Hogan sex tape and Gawker putting out the sex tape and Hulk Hogan suing him. But didn't Hulk Hogan, like, he already won that lawsuit. Like, he shut down Gawker. Like, he won. Why does he have to be worried about them making a movie? You were the winner in that. That's like, I don't know. That's like Mongolia being mad that they're going to make a movie about Genghis Khan invading China. Like, you got the W on that one, bro. Ben and Matt are producing a flick on the lawsuit the WWE legend filed and won against Gawker after the site posted a sex tape video of Hogan and the wife of a friend. Hey, Bubba the Love Sponge's wife. Put some fucking respect on his name. A racial epithet was captured in the video. Hulk sued Gawker for invasion of privacy in 2016 and won a whopping $140 million, which eventually tanked Gawker. That was kind of fun. That Gawker went under because of that. That's kind of... Because they'd been rat fuck pieces of shit to a lot of people for a long time. So it was kind of nice that they lost that one. And it's not really a First Amendment thing either. I've seen people in the media try to defend Gawker on that. They stole a sex tape and they put it up online. Like, and it did serious damage to Hulk Hogan's career. Like, I think did they take him out of the Hall of Fame for a little bit for that? And they like fired him from his Legends contract and he wasn't allowed to come to WWE shit anymore for a while. I mean, that really did a number on the Hulkster. Sources connected to Hulk tell TMZ that he has no involvement in the film project and is indifferent about it. However, if the movie treads into territory that a jury already found was protected by his right to privacy, Hulk will not hesitate to pursue legal options. Wow, so Hulk is talking about suing Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. I mean, give him a chance to fuck up first, Hulkster. Jesus, he's ready to drop the big boot in the leg already on him. They probably won't want to make the movie now because Hulk supported Trump, says MSO. Oh, that's not, you know what? That's not a crazy idea that maybe they don't want to make the movie because Trump, he's a big Trump guy. It's possible. Landers says Hulk should stick to covering up for his degenerate son paralyzing his best friend and his daughter banging. Jesus Christ, Landers. I can't read that last part. I can read it tomorrow. Bigot on socialist media says, I don't think they kicked him out of the Hall of Fame. I think they didn't mention his name or bring him on TV for a few years. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. That could be it. Guys, $15. Vance Rosberg says, I have pity for you. There you go. $20 from Vance. It's over, finally. Our long national nightmare is over. I should know that it's never going to be easy. We got down to $45 at like 9:15. And I'm like, oh, I can shut the fuck up about money now. We're good. We're going to win this thing easy. And then you guys you definitely proved me wrong there. Thank you, Vance, for the 20 pity dollars to knock that out. Oh, yeah, Bigot's right. I got to change the streak. The streak now hits 10. There we go. Get that erased. 1, 0. And we're good. And we're good. You know, a guy sent me a big, long text yesterday. He's a big fan of the show. And he gave me a bunch of advice on what I can do to make him happier or, you know, to improve the show or anything like that. And I haven't had a chance to read it yet. He sent me a lot of stuff. Like, it was a lot of really long messages, and I was just about to fall asleep. So I didn't read it. But I'm excited to read it today. I think it should be good. Also, we talked about it earlier today. If you are in town for the anniversary show today, tomorrow's not going to work. I'm going to take the kids to the lake. We're going to have all day Friday and half the day Saturday together before I head out for the anniversary show. But if you're in town tonight and you drove up here or you flew out here to go to Steel Toe stuff, you get in touch with me. I'll come out and have a beer, something like that, just to say thank you for showing your support and coming out for the show. So yeah, if you DM me or anything like that, we'll make that work. So we tried to talk about this yesterday. We never got around to it. We got off on a few tangents. Some guy made an AI Dave Matthews Band, and this pisses me off so bad because the Dave Matthews Band is bad enough. They're one of my least favorite bands of all time. And it's probably not fair to the Dave Matthews Band because it's more their fans. It's kind of the same way I feel about Oasis. I don't like Oasis, and I think it's because of their fans. Because I like Champagne Supernova. It's a good song, but Oasis fans make me sick. Like, Wonderwall is fine, but it's not great. It's not. Stop with Wonderwall. Let it die. It's just, they're too much. Like Jimmy Buffett fans. Like, fucking, we get it. You're an alcoholic. Like, there's all kinds of songs out there for drunks. You don't need this one all the time. What are they, Parrot Heads? Yeah. Like, Parrot Heads. Deadheads aren't too bad. They're just stoned out hippies, and they're all dying off anyway. But, like, Dave Matthews Band fans are like dentists who think they have an edgy sense of humor, and they're unbearable, and their taste in music is troubling, and I just hate them. So now the fact that somebody has now made AI that can just make Dave Matthews Band songs, it's totally the wrong way that we're supposed to be going with AI. The direction we're supposed to be going with AI is like the song, the Hood End song, where you're taking like trashy hip hop and putting it to like old school 60s and 70s R&B rhythms. That's what we're supposed to be doing with AI. Not helping the Dave Matthews Band. Not making sure Dave Matthews can sit on his fucking ass and not make shitty music while a computer just makes his shitty music for him and in greater numbers. Hate it. Let's take a listen. If it's really good and indiscernible from the rest of, if it sounds exactly like Dave Matthews, the way he would write a song. And by the way, this isn't like Dave Matthews wrote a song and AI performed it. They did the whole thing. So if this is in any way accurate, it will drive me insane.
Every sip I'm drawing lines across the memories of better times. Now the
oh my God, it's perfect.
The way they did, they're just spinning round a broken skid, and the steam escapes without a trace, like the warmth we had in this old.
Yes, it's perfect. It's individual guitar strings. It's offbeat. It's lame and depressing and white. Yep. They pretty much nailed the substance of every Dave Matthews Band song. Great. If they end up making a Bare Naked Ladies AI, God help me, I'm leaving this earth. I'm leaving. That's not a threat. If you hate my guts, you better root for a Bare Naked Ladies AI.
Place. I left my heart one day, the song I left unfinished since you walked away. No joy can I replenish.
There's no rhyme or reason or rhythm to any of their fucking music. It's just picking dentist music. It's terrible. They should be outlawed. The older I get, the less I think I believe in free speech. Because people take advantage, and it's not right. I posted this yesterday, but deleted it because it's AI. After deleting it, several followers messaged me asking for it, so I decided to repost it. Just to be clear, this is not Dave Matthews. It's AI. Honestly, it scares me for the future of music if AI is already this good. Yeah, it scares me too, because after these shitty bands die, they're just going to be able to keep them going. The only argument they're having now is, the only thing that's holding this up is that the studios and the AI companies are trying to keep all the money from it. And the artists are going, I don't know. No, I think you're going to pay us a few bucks. You're using my voice. You're using my likeness. And the companies that own the technology are going, well, technically, I'm not using your voice. I'm not. I mean, likeness maybe. But this is a computer wrote this song. A computer sang this song. And they'd be like, yeah, using samples of my voice. Fair. They're going to have to end up paying the artists. They're going to have to end up paying the families of artists. Like, down the road, this will actually be a good thing for the families of singers and actors and actresses who they get old, they die. And then Hollywood's going to be like, yeah, but we can still make bank on making like AI movies out of them. And they're going to have to make a deal with the people, with the family members of those actors and singers. And they're going to get a nice little payday from all the AI shit. So I don't think there's a way for us to avoid AI music. There's not a way for us to avoid AI movies, just because there's going to be so much nostalgia and money in it, and there will be enough to go around that they'll be happy to do it. And it's going to be a lot cheaper to make it with AI. Silverwolf said, so he's so bad a soulless robot can do his job. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Dave Matthews Band is such terrible fucking garbage that AI can just slap some shit together and make it a little off rhythm, and it sounds just like Dave Matthews. The Grand Poobah with $2 says, no one is more unbearable than Fish fans. Yeah, but are there that many of them? Or at least I don't run into them. Not a lot of Fish fans in Minnesota. Let's go ahead And let's see. Someone said, what about Eric Church AI? I don't know if there is any Eric Church AI. I'd like to know. Eric, nope, there's none. I did see an Eric Church short where, like, I know we played that on the show, where some lady told him he couldn't do Man Made a Bar, and he's like, yeah, it's not my fucking song. I like that. That's him and Morgan Wallen doing it together. Ooh, Man Made a Bar live at US Bank Stadium. I was going to say that's when Morgan Wallen was in town. Did Eric Church show up? Because Eric Church was in he was in Iowa. He wouldn't have drove up to do one fucking song. Nope. All right, so Eric Church didn't show up. Whew. Okay, good. Good. Oh, I love this short. I'm going to play this. I don't think it's going to get us demonetized. Shane Gillis doing patois. I love this.
Let me send me under the blood.
See? Church is church. Father is right. Jesus was upon the cross, died for our sins, then 3 days later he going to raise up into heaven.
Ricky! What are you saying?
Let me say.
I mean, if you watch this show, you know I'm a retard for anything, for a patois impression. So it doesn't take much. That's all. 50 Cent AI. King Kong Dong says Eric Church AI is in the works. Oh, I'm sure it is. Like everybody AI is in the works. 50 Cent AI. Let's take a look.
I don't know what you heard about me, but a bitch can't get a dollar.
Oh, they're doing PIMP to Motown AI. This is good.
Out of me, no Cadillac, no perms, you can't see that I'm a motherfucking PIMP.
Not bad.
I don't know what you heard about me, but a bitch can't get a dollar out of me, no Cadillac, no perms, you can't see that I'm a motherfucking PIMP. Now shorty, she in the club, she dancing for dollars. She got a thing for that Gucci, that Fendi, that Prada, that BCBG, Burberry, Dolce and Gabbana.
That's you know what? This isn't as good as the Hood N one, but that's not bad. You guys keep those coming. You got any like Motown fucking AI recreations of hip hop songs? I'm all over those right now. Dave Dive Bar with $2 says Dave Matthews was an alternative god. Eat shit, Imholt. Good day, sir. And to you too. See? We can disagree and come back to one another as gentlemen. All right, guys, that's it. Out of here. Done for the day. Thank you for giving us another week where we knocked it all out. You're the absolute best. And to those of you who hate that happened, keep seething. I love that you come here to do it. It invigorates me each day. I'm going to go off. I got a busy day. I got to get anniversary stuff ready to go. I will talk to you guys tomorrow morning. We'll do a Rumble Link Friday. We'll do the official 10-year anniversary show tomorrow. I guess we could probably do some Q&A stuff. If you guys want to throw in a couple of bucks and do some questions about the last 10 years of Steel Toe, we could do that. A lot of things we can do for tomorrow morning. Oh, someone says there is an Eric Church AI song.
I've truly lost because I can't stop gulping on country sausage, and I'm milking that thing like a cow in the pasture. Down home they call me the gravy blaster.
No, that is not an Eric Church song. Thank you very much. That is not. You're lying. It's not true. Not true. I repeat, not true. All right, take it easy, guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow, bright and early. I'm going to go run around.